2016 meeting of the Cal State University Board of Trustees is called to order. At this time, Trustee Campbell, can you please convene the Committee on Educational Policy?
Thank you, Chair Eisen. Good morning, everyone. Will the Committee on Educational Policy please come to order? We will now invite public comment preceding the educational policy agenda items. We have two speakers, Gloria Juarez and Elizabeth Sanchez. We have one item on today's consent agenda, approval of the minutes from the September meeting. If there are no objections, the minutes are approved. The committee has two items on today's discussion agenda. Item 1 is an information item regarding recommended amendments to Title V regarding admission of veterans. This isn't. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Gloria Juarez?
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Gloria Juarez, and I'm a student at Dominguez Hills. And I'm here to give you my perspective on the graduation initiative. I think it's great that you want to get us to graduate within the 4 years, but I don't think it's possible because since you guys plan on increasing tuition, I think that's going to be difficult for a lot of students. And I speak for myself because, like, tuition is already high as it is, and I receive financial aid. And with you raising tuition, my financial aid is going to decrease. So I'm not going to have enough to buy for my books or to travel to school because I give most of my financial aid to my single mother. And that's going to be really difficult for me. And I could speak for other students as well. So, like right now, I work 4 jobs and I'm taking 18 units. And I consider myself like to be a superhuman because I'm taking so much right now on my plate and still trying to be an activist and speak for my friends who are also superhumans. And yeah, having 4 jobs and 18 units is not easy. It makes you feel like you're going to go crazy, like even chew off your own arm. So, yeah, I hope you don't plan to raise tuition because it will affect me personally. And the graduation initiative, I don't think it's possible because I don't think it takes 4 years for a person to find their career path. Maybe it was for you easily, but I know for me, I switched my majors like many times. And this is going to be my 4th year, and I plan on staying an extra year because I think it's from my personal experience and from other students' personal experience too who can relate to me because we're like people of color and many of us are first generation in our family to attend college. And I speak for myself again. So I entered college not knowing like what I was doing, not knowing what path I was going to take. And along the way in college, I found the path I wanted to take. But the 4 years was not enough because it was like so hectic trying to find out where I belonged, you know? But I hope you really think about the decisions you make because you're making the decisions for our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Sanchez?
Hi, I'm Liz Sanchez, a returning zombie customer from Cal State Fullerton. So this graduate initiative, we're having a hard time understanding what we're valuing now as students, within education. Are we looking at quantity over quality, or is it quality over quantity? So you want us out in 4 years. What are we supposed to do? Just, take all these classes on us just to get in and get out so you can obtain funding, so you can meet your quota. But what about us who want to explore ourselves, us who want to find our identity within education? And then with the cost as well, it's like the state is forcing you to meet a certain quota, yet you want the students to pay for this. You keep reaching into our pockets, and we're suffering. Like Gloria is saying, working 4 jobs, I'm also working 3 jobs. When I met you all I think 2 meetings ago, I told you all like how I was homeless, living on my car, and I'm so grateful to meet these really awesome people, within it's really great organization, Students for Quality Education. They gave me a home. I found it's really, I made great friends. I found my identity, and they're providing me with all this information that's helping me grow. But what about within my own university? I'm not proud to be a Titan at Cal State Fullerton. I'm proud to be a student. I'm proud to be with fellow friends, fellow activists. And every time you all come up with these crazy concepts and you want to dig into our pockets, like I feel less and less valued. I feel like a dollar to all of you. So you're telling us we need to go to, the state, we need to protest there, put our energy there. I'm asking you all to put your energy here. You all are part of this too. So we can work together, start valuing us, take care of us. Without us, what do you have? What are you all going to meet about? You're going to sit in your little circle and contemplate all these ideas to make sure we get funding, things like that. But you wouldn't have salaries if it wasn't for us showing up. What if we just stopped going? When we say, screw your graduate initiative, we're not going to do this. We're not going to come to school. You need us. So please take care of us, listen to us, and start making some real changes. Don't go after these budget cuts. We know you have money. So start looking at alternatives, okay? If you don't, we will be coming back, and we'll keep coming back. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one item on today's consent agenda, approval of the minutes from the September meeting. If there are no objections, the minutes are approved. The committee has 2 items on today's discussion agenda. Item 1 is an information item regarding recommended amendments to Title V regarding admission of veterans. This is an information item and will be presented by Lauren Blanchard, Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, and Patrick O'Rourke, Director, Active Duty and Veterans Affairs. Dr. Blanchard, please begin.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chair Kimbell. As you were arriving this morning, you may have seen some of our veteran students featured in the photos on the screen in front of us. The California State University has a long-standing commitment to serving active duty military veterans and their dependents. In spring 2016, there were nearly 8,000 veterans and military students enrolled across the system, and an additional 11,000 military dependents, with a total military affiliated population of 19,000 students in the California State University. Since 2008, we have seen a 70% increase in the number of Veterans Resources Centers across the CSU. Additionally, we've seen an almost 50% increase in the number of campuses that have a student veterans organization, and all of our campuses now host veterans events and provide special admissions policies. Changes to Title V will allow us to better serve our students and aligns Title V with the Graduation Initiative 2025 of improving student success. Patrick O'Rourke, Director of Active Duty and Veteran Affairs, will now present the item. Patrick?
Thank you, Dr. Blanchard. Today's information item recommends changes to Title V language regarding the admission of veterans. The 2 sections of Title V that govern veterans admission regulations refer to a definition of eligible veteran that was written in the 1970s. That definition came from U.S. Code of Federal Regulations, Title 38, and defined an eligible veteran as one who has served between 1955 and 1977, and did not include the National Guard or Reserve Forces. The first recommendation would replace this definition of an eligible veteran with a more inclusive one. This definition would encompass all of our veterans and military students, including those who serve in National Guard or Reserves. The specific language is detailed in Agenda Item 1. If approved, this change will be applied immediately to 2 sections of Title V related to veterans admissions. The first proposed change to this section of Title V applies the new definition of eligible veteran, ensuring that campuses are authorized to admit as first-time freshmen all veterans, including those who serve in the National Guard or Reserves. The second change in Title V addresses the admission of undergraduate transfer veterans. Here we are proposing to apply the new inclusive definition of an eligible veteran. This clarification will allow the CSU to admit eligible veterans regardless of the number of transferable units earned. It is now my pleasure to introduce Cal Poly Pomona President Soraya Coley, who will speak further on how these changes would align with campus efforts to provide access to a high-quality education for all veterans.
Thank you. Currently, Cal Poly Pomona serves 425 student veterans and 411 veteran dependents. Since 2011, we've had a 57% increase in applications and a 63% increase in enrollment. Our diverse veteran population serves as outstanding role models to their fellow students based on their strong commitment and success in achieving their educational goals. Expanding the definition of a veteran, currently limited to those who served on active duty from 1955 to 1977, to include those members serving in the Reserves, the National Guard, and Air National Guard will expand their educational opportunities and options. It will ensure that these individuals receive the same treatment under CSU admissions codes. Our Veterans Resource Center plays an essential role in reaching out to veterans seeking higher education and has worked diligently towards the recognition of transfer credit. Building a strong network of faculty and staff support across campus and creating an engaged student-veteran community, our veterans feel welcomed. The proposed changes to Title V clarify CSU admissions regulations that will allow otherwise ineligible first-time freshmen and lower division student veterans to be admitted. It also allows upper division veterans that might also be ineligible for admissions to be admitted, helping veterans to conserve their GI Bill benefits and provide them a viable alternative for higher education. Clarifying and, where possible, reducing obstacles for veterans while increasing support for student success has been and continues to be an important initiative. To that end, our recent Military Credit Transfer Summit with the American Council on Education, a longtime supporter of education of the military and veterans, has been a valuable resource. Finally, Cal Poly Pomona and our sister campuses recognize the importance of these changes to Title V and their potential positive impact on reducing time to degree completion and in support of the Graduation Initiative 2025. As we move forward, our campus and others in the CSU system will work to expand existing services to these non-traditional students, and we are hopeful that the proposed revisions to Title V will be adopted. Serving our student veterans and their dependents is a top priority for us in recognition of their service, their determination, and their many contributions to the campus community. I will now hand it back to Executive Vice Chancellor Lauren Blanchard.
Thank you so much, President Coley. Changes to Title V will allow CSU campuses to continue to be inclusive in admitting veterans and are consistent with the CSU's longstanding commitment to serving California's military and veteran students. An item will be presented at the January 27, 2017 meeting for board action to adopt the recommended changes to Title V. Patrick O'Rourke, Sheila Thomas, and I now stand ready to answer any questions or comments that you have. I turn it back over now to you, Chair Kimbell.
Thank you for this information on recommendations to the change Title V Education Code. Are there any questions from the board? Trustee Abrego?
Yes, Lauren, I just need some clarification. I understand that regardless of transferable units, a veteran can be accepted into the CSU. Do they require meeting the high school GPA and A through G requirements, or is that not important?
So we have really two categories. Veterans who are eligible for admission are admitted under the, can be admitted as transfer, freshmen or transfers under the current specific Title V authority. So this language really applies to veterans who do not meet the traditional admission eligibility definitions, but are still strong candidates for success. So this language permits the admission of a veteran transfer student with fewer than 60 units, regardless of preparation after high school. So this change will broaden that same authority that's afforded to our eligible veterans to also permit a veteran not otherwise eligible for admission to transfer with more than 60 units, even without general education coursework completed. So what happens is most veterans have accumulated close to 60 semester units of credit simply from their military training, but this is largely applied as elective credit. So without the proposed changes, these students currently have to stay at community college and complete up to 30 units of coursework in general education before transfer, which delays their time to degree, but more significantly expends their limited GI Bill eligibility. So this change really is intended to expand that category of veteran admission to allow veteran students in this situation to transfer regardless of units, making the best use of their educational benefits and timelier progress towards their bachelor's degree instead of spending more time at a community college before transfer.
Thank you. I think it's great. That's how I was able to attend Cal State Long Beach under the GI Bill. And at that particular time, if you just had an AA degree, you were automatically admissible. The concern that I have now is that for some of our veterans, are there supportive programs to go along with it as if we admit them into the CSU?
I'll ask Patrick to expand on this, but I certainly know that visiting the campuses as we have been doing, we're clear about the kinds of services that are available across the board at all 23 of our campuses in support of these veterans in relative to their student success, their progress academically, but also just in terms of the fact that many of these students are non-traditional in nature, and they need another layer of support. And it's amazing to see the campuses, how they really have stepped up and provided those kinds of services as well. I'll ask Patrick to give more details.
So all of our campuses have supportive services. We have to certify veterans benefits under Title 38, and we have about 5 different chapters, so there's nothing simple about this. And so I think sometimes campuses are challenged, but it's happening. Additional transitional supportive services we find both in the community college and in the CSU. Actually, we've become very, very close with our intersegmental partners, especially in discussing some of the transitional issues. And so this is why having a Veterans Resource Center on our campuses is important, because we also understand that for some of the injuries that veterans may have from their military experience, that it really requires us to go off campus and seek support with the Veterans Administration, either through their healthcare systems, i.e. their hospitals, or through their vet centers, which are more of a behavioral health clinic that is still supported by the VA. So these are just a few of the things that are going on our campuses as far as in-reach, building a success team amongst our own staff entities, but also outreach in the community and receiving the supportive services that are out in the community.
Just one more question, then I'll shut up. Are we going to be tracking this group of students as a separate cohort to see their persistence and graduation rates?
So last year we started tracking through CSU Student Veteran Outcome Measures Program. This would be partially myself and then Ed Sullivan and his team. And we've actually presented our data as a model for other systems to look at in tracking veterans. Yes, absolutely. There's no way we can understand student veteran success without tracking our student veterans.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? No? All right. Item 2 is an information item regarding the Graduation Initiative 2025. This item will be presented by Lauren Blanchard and Jeff Gold, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Student Success Initiatives, Research and Innovation, and James Miner, Senior Strategist, Academic Success and Inclusive Excellence. Dr. Blanchard, please begin.
Thank you, Chair Kimbell. Today's report on the CSU Graduation Initiative 2025 will focus on progress that we are making toward reaching our ambitious student completion and equity targets, allowing the CSU to improve student success and meet the future workforce needs of the state of California. As we begin today's discussion, we must acknowledge that the success of our efforts will be largely dependent on our ability to engage a variety of partners, including K-12 community college stakeholders, our alumni, the business community, our elected government officials in Sacramento, community-based organizations, and most importantly, our students and their respective families. Today, we will take a moment to highlight a few of the activities that the campuses and system offices have undertaken to set us on a course to achieve our new graduation rate and equity goals. And we will also take the time this morning to share with you 2 specific examples of how we are strategically using data to forge more impactful relationships with our partners. I'd now like to turn to Jeff Gold, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Student Success Strategic Initiatives, who will provide additional context for our critical work. Jeff?
Thank you, Dr. Blanchard. Before we begin, I'd like to remind everyone of our new System-Wide Graduation Initiative 2025 targets. Starting from the left, we see a 40% 4-year freshman graduation rate goal, a 70% 6-year freshman graduation rate goal, a 45% 2-year transfer graduation rate goal, and an 85% 4-year transfer graduation rate goal. These goals will benefit all students and are consistent with the Chancellor's vision that we will eliminate achievement gaps throughout the CSU, and they challenge us to more than double the CSU's current 4-year graduation rates in 9 years. These goals also underscore the CSU's commitment to provide every Californian with the same chance at upward mobility, regardless of their background. Achieving these ambitious goals will require significant state investment to grow enrollment and fund additional course sections and student support services. This financial investment, coupled with our enhanced focus on student success, will ensure that students from all backgrounds graduate at similar rates, and it will put us on track to graduate an additional 500,000 students, positioning us to meet the CSU share of California's projected workforce need. When we are successful, we will set a new standard in higher education, establishing the CSU as the national flagship for public comprehensive universities with regards to completion rates and equity. To get there, we will need to continue our steadfast focus on student success and establish regular opportunities to identify and share exemplary practices across the system. With this spirit of collaboration and guided by a belief that our universities learn best from each other, the Chancellor's Office hosted the first annual Graduation Initiative Student Success Symposium on September 20th and 21st. As part of the proceedings, campuses shared a variety of exemplary practices, heard from national experts, and engaged in cross-system conversations focused on student success. We appreciate the contributions of so many people in the room here today who participated in this formative event. Opportunities like these really epitomize our strength as a system and serve to focus our efforts for the work ahead. The positive energy from the symposium was reinforced in late October when the state approved $35 million in one-time funding to support campus graduation initiative efforts. As you'll recall, campuses submitted targeted plans in September and have begun implementing them with a primary emphasis on initiatives that will impact students currently on track to graduate in 2.5 or 4.5 years. Initiatives include opening additional course sections in areas of high demand, expanding summer school and intersession opportunities, and improving advising services. These plans also include specific steps campuses will take to close achievement gaps, such as redesigning the first-year experience to make it more inclusive of students from different backgrounds. Campuses are also improving their data capacity to identify barriers that prevent our most underserved students from progressing at the same rate as their peers. The Chancellor's Office is currently working with the campuses to develop a common set of accountability metrics to quantify the impact of these critical interventions. We will then use this evidence to support the argument for consistent baseline funding to fully support our student success efforts. I now turn to my colleague, Dr. James Miner, to provide a preliminary update of our most recent graduation rate data and to share details about current activities in support of Graduation Initiative 2025. James?
Thanks, Jeff. As we monitor the impact of our student success work, we will also track our annual progress towards meeting the Graduation Initiative 2025 goals. The 2016 graduation rates for the CSU are currently being tabulated, and the preliminary numbers indicate that we will continue an upward trajectory for graduation rates. As the table indicates, we anticipate a 2 percentage point increase for graduation rates among freshmen at the 4-year and 6-year marks. We expect a 2 percentage point increase in graduation rates for transfer students at the 2-year mark and a 1 percentage point increase at the 4-year mark. These small but important upticks equate to an increase of approximately 6,000 additional CSU degree holders compared to the previous year, marking good progress. With respect to the equity gaps, we're expecting a 1 percentage point increase in the gap between underrepresented minority or URM students and their peers, and a 2 percentage point increase between Pell eligible students and all others. These numbers represent students who entered the CSU as freshmen in 2010, mainly reflecting efforts from Phase 1 of the Graduation Initiative. These preliminary graduation rates clearly show why our focus on equity gaps for Graduation Initiative 2025 is so important. While Phase 1 was overall successful in increasing graduation rates, as demonstrated by these numbers, we must have a targeted focus and fortify our efforts to ensure we are not leaving behind our most underserved students. Achieving the Graduation Initiative 2025 goals will require us to think more creatively, to behave differently as institutions and as a system of institutions to ensure future graduation rates reflect a decrease in achievement gaps. Each campus and the plans that were submitted in September were asked to address how they will eliminate equity gaps while improving completion rates. And in an effort to close these gaps while at the same time continuing the momentum with our graduation rates, the Chancellor's Office is leading several critical projects aimed at improving persistence and timely completion, especially for our most underserved students. These projects fall inside 4 critical areas of work, which is needed to achieve our completion and equity goals. 4 categories are supporting faculty-driven academic innovation, providing smarter student supports, leveraging strategic partnerships, and sustaining focused and engaged leadership. Consistent among all of these categories is a sharp focus on eliminating equity gaps. It is important to prioritize system-wide projects that potentially have the greatest influence on graduation. We'll be working towards improvement in all of these categories, but today I want to share a few immediate projects the Chancellor's Office is working on that fall under the academic innovation and smarter student support categories. The first is a review of graduation procedures. Separate and apart from academic requirements, administrative barriers associated with graduation too often impede timely completion. Procedures such as those related to applying for graduation and various fee structures associated with graduation can create unintended barriers. The Chancellor's Office is working with campuses to conduct a review of graduation procedures to make it easier for eligible students across the system to complete the graduation process. The goal is to ensure that every CSU student who has done the work to be a candidate for graduation has a clear and seamless path across the commencement stage. Next is a review of drop for non-payment policies. No one can deny the importance of being physically responsible in every aspect of our operations. At the same time, there are concerns that rigid drop for non-payment and registration hold policies derail timely completion, sometimes for relatively small balances. Nationally, there's growing evidence that microgrant programs such as Georgia State University's Panther Grant program are effective in retaining low-income students who have trouble covering the cost of attendance. These grants, typically in amounts less than $1,000, have been shown to significantly boost retention and graduation rates among low-income and first-generation students. Although CSU campuses have an assortment of emergency assistance programs, current drop for non-payment policies too often place students on the sidelines. The idea is not that campuses simply underwrite unpaid balances or forego revenue, but that we collectively seek creative ways to keep students enrolled, especially those in good academic standing and on track to graduate. Third is funding more high-demand courses. Access to courses students need when they need them has a substantial impact on time to degree and completion. The Graduation Initiative 2025 goal of graduating a greater number of students will only intensify the demand for courses as we encourage students who can to take 15 units per term to do so. Separate and apart from the work to eliminate specific course bottlenecks, funding additional sections of high-demand courses is critical, as is using smarter scheduling to maximize section availability. The Chancellor's Office is working with campuses to expand system-wide use of summer sessions and intersession, and working to improve our ability to predict course demand ahead of scheduling and registration cycles. The fourth, addressing courses with high DFW rates. Over the past 5 years, the Chancellor's Office has developed a course redesign with technology program, a system-wide program aimed at enhancing the use of technology to improve teaching and learning experiences. As we align this program with the Graduation Initiative 2025 goals, we are working with faculty to refocus our resources to examine and address courses with high DFW rates where a disproportionate number of students receive a D, F, or withdrew from the course. Without question, academic preparation is a factor, and course failure is a normal occurrence on college campuses. A focus on high DFW rate does not in any way absolve students of the responsibility to work hard in the classroom, nor does it suggest interest in making these courses easier. The course redesign process is an opportunity to support faculty in finding creative and innovative ways to improve student outcomes. To be clear, the issues covered today do not represent an exhaustive list, but rather an initial push to address projects that influence degree completion, especially among low-income and underrepresented students. We are pleased to announce, for example, that the CSU Alumni Council's 2017 spring meeting will be largely dedicated to the Graduation Initiative and determining ways that alumni can more powerfully contribute to achieving the goals. Targeted mentorship programs are creating stronger connections between alumni, and our outreach programming in order to support students beyond the admission process are just two examples of how we might engage CSU alumni. We will also forge stronger relationships with our K-12 partners and community college partners to improve readiness among students who are CSU bound. Addressing these issues head on is critical for closing the achievement gaps. I will now turn it back over to Jeff to discuss two new CSU dashboards that will play an important role for achieving our goal. Jeff?
Thank you, James. Providing leadership to these efforts is an important first step. But to be successful, we also need to strategically position our data to elicit the support of our partners in a way that focuses on the critical role that they have in helping us to achieve our goals. To that end, we are in the process of creating a set of insightful visualizations that illustrate the impact that strong partnerships can have on student success. I'm going to share two examples today that have been developed to engage the K-12 community and the CSU faculty in direct and actionable ways. I'd like to begin by demonstrating our new high school dashboard, which focuses on student academic preparation and encourages our K-12 partners to join us in a collective effort to graduate 500,000 more students by 2025. So right now, we're looking at a live website. This is the high school dashboard. And I want to alert you of a few things. First of all, this is set up to reach our high school students, parents, teachers, counselors, principals, and superintendents throughout the state. Behind this pretty picture is a database that houses over 2,800 high schools, data from those high schools throughout the state, both public and private. Those are the high schools that send students to the CSU every year throughout the state. And so to begin, we enter the name of a high school. And in this case, I'm going to choose Wilson High School, a local high school here in Long Beach. I select that high school, and I'm going to be presented with 5 high-level facts that are really critical, not only about getting into the CSU, but contain critical information about these students being successful once they come to the CSU. So as you can see, we're focused exclusively on Wilson High, and the first thing I see is a graph that's very clear that tells me that 67% of Wilson High School students who come to the CSU year after year are ready in both English and mathematics. So they're ready to start their general education requirements right away. This statistic is one that is probably unknown to the majority of students and administrators and counselors at that high school. They probably have some sense of what's going on, but this is the first time that they're able to get a definitive glimpse, which serves as a benchmark for where they are now, and also helps them set targets for making improvements in the future. We also set this up so that there's more data, so that if you want more than just the quick fact, you click the more data, and we can disaggregate this to see, well, what's happening in mathematics, what's happening in English, as well. I'm going to show you a few more of the, quickly go through a few more of the data that's on this website. The next thing is, again, not knowing how many students come year to year. I bet if you were to ask students, they'd know that they send a significant number of their peers every year to the CSU. But they have no idea in most cases of the numbers, and we can see that over the past 3 years, there's an average of 207, a very substantial number, Wilson High School students coming to the CSU. The More Data tab will show me that the great majority are coming to Cal State Long Beach, followed by Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and Dominguez Hills. Next, we see an indication of once they come to us, again, it's not just about getting here, it's about helping them to complete. Once they get here, do they have a declared major at entry, which we know expedites their path to degree in many cases, or are they undeclared? And we see that 84% of them have a very good idea in the beginning of what they want to do when they come to us. Next, and maybe most importantly, what happens in terms of their credit accumulation? What do they do when they come here in that first year, which we know is so critical to their success? This chart shows us something that I can guarantee that the principal and none of the students really know about the importance of taking a full load the first year. And what it says is that over the past 3 years, of the 621 Wilson High School students who enrolled in a CSU, only a quarter of them took a full load, 30 or more units that first year. So the importance of this site is to reach out not just with this data to show them what's going on, to show them the state of the reality, but to create partnerships in ways that we haven't before. So this is an opportunity, for example, for the advisors at Cal State Long Beach to reach out to the high school counselors at Wilson High School and say, what's happening with our message here? Why is it that only a quarter of our students that come from this high school, our students together, are completing a full load in the first year? What can we do to help that? Certainly, we know that some of our students work and not all of them will be able to take a full load in the first year. But in some cases, we know that it's just a matter of the communication, the mixed message, that in some cases, on both sides, you have advisors or counselors telling students, go easy that first year. College can be difficult. You may want to take less than a full load, when we know that the research says to the contrary, that it's in our students' best interest to take a full load and get off to a fast start. So that's just one example of how we can work collectively in these efforts. We have the third tab is action items, in this case where we have recommendations for the messaging that can go out to students, specifically to talk about the opportunity costs associated with these decisions to take less units. The last thing I'll point out before moving to the next site is the outcome variables here. So here we're looking at graduation rates. On the left, it's a little small, but it's 4 years or less, 5 years or less, or 6 years or less. And if you can see the numbers on the left, they're fairly small. None of them are up to 20% in terms of that 4-year rate. And we can see a strong relationship between that last graph I showed, which is only a quarter of the students are actually lined up in their first year to complete in 4 years or less. So it's not a surprise that those numbers are fairly small in the beginning. The good news, though, is that in terms of the 6-year graduate for this high school, we see very good numbers in the upper 60s here. So in conclusion, before I move to the next site, we believe that with just leveraging the power of the data that we have in new ways, we are not for a loss of partners throughout the state, whether it's business partners, whether it's the Alumni Council, or whether it's high school counselors, teachers, and parents, for people who want to help, who buy into our mission, who want to help us graduate more than 500,000 more students. This isn't one example of ways that we're empowering them, not just to see what is right now, but what could be, and to measure it as well. So that first example was for the high school community. The second example of how we're leveraging data to engage partners is really geared towards faculty. And so what I'm demoing now is a prototype website we've set up. We've called it the Faculty Dashboard. And we have about half of our campuses that are participating. And what we've done is we've taken the data and disaggregated it to a level where faculty can really relate to it. So meeting after meeting, when we come to you and talk to you about the graduation initiative, we always talk about faculty. Faculty are at the heart of our mission. They're so instrumental both inside and outside of the classroom to our students' success, and they care deeply and think about this deeply. What's missing from a faculty perspective often is that they see our students at very disparate and discrete points of time throughout their students' academic career. So for example, if you are a chemistry professor at Chico and you're teaching the introductory general chemistry sequence, you're likely only interacting with freshmen and maybe some sophomores, and you're seeing them at very specific points in their academic career, but you don't know what happened ahead of time. You don't know oftentimes what their major is when they're with you, and you certainly don't know 3, 4, 5, 6 years later if they graduated. So what we've done here is we've disaggregated this data so that every faculty member can look at their college, department, major, and courses and understand how their work directly impacts the path of students throughout the career. So we're taking a look here. I'm going to walk us through this briefly. We have, as I mentioned, about 12 campuses that are working with us on this pilot. I'm going to start with San Jose. The next thing, as I mentioned, is we have their colleges here. So I'll choose their College of Business. And when I choose their College of Business, I then see, it'll take a second to come up, I then see it tells me their different departments here. So I'm going to choose management, and let's assume together in this room that we're management professors at San Jose State. The year right here that students came to us, in this case freshmen, is 2009, and this allows us a global holistic view, not just the point in time of what happened to these students. And so again, we're looking at freshmen here. And we'll see as I animate this that there's one of 6 potential outcomes. The students either graduated in the dark green with this major. In other words, they came to San Jose State in 2009, with a declared major in management, wanting to graduate with that major. They graduated, but they changed their major along the way, which is the lighter green. They're still enrolled with this major or a different major, or they dropped out, never having changed their major or changing their major. The last thing I'll show you before I get to the good stuff is on the x-axis here we have that time scale. So again, not just a point in time, we're going to look at 6 years of activity, and the y-axis is going to show us their credit accumulation patterns. So each one of these students here represents, one for one, an icon of the 123 students who came to San Jose State in 2009 with a declared major in management. And as I hit play, we can see them start to accumulate their units. In year one, these red students are dropouts. Those are students that left with less than 30 units in the first year. The second year, we see a few more dropouts. Third year, same thing. The fourth year, we start to see some green, which is terrific. Those are our 4-year graduates in year 4. Year 5, we see a significant number of graduates. In year 6, we see it rounded out with some graduates here with higher unit loads, and these folks right here that are still enrolled, still making progress towards degree. So on the right, we have the ability to really get a synthesis of what all this means and how we can interpret it. Again, thinking to yourself that you're a management professor at San Jose State, this is information that you've never seen before in most cases. So we can see that the four-year graduation rate, which is these students in this cluster right here, equates to 11% of the students. In the spirit of the graduation initiative, one question that you can have and that should probably be discussed with the department chair and the faculty is, look at all the faculty in this 5-year graduation rate period. How many of these students were really on the cusp? How many of these students, but for 1 or 2 courses, could have been right here and graduated in 4 years, which would have saved them money, which would have freed up the extra courses they took and maybe didn't need beyond that in that next year, and certainly had them get on their way with their academic, with their careers and into the workforce. So that's one question they might ask. We see that we have a 62% overall, a very good 6-year graduation rate. But interestingly, about half of these students change majors. So another question that you might ask if you're the department chair there is, why are these students changing their major? What can be learned from that? Is there something in terms of the curriculum or something else that can be discussed to find out, really survey these students, why are they changing their major? Next, I'm going to drop down to this 33% dropout rate right here. We see, very interestingly, that about half of these students, of the 41 students who dropped out, 20 of them occurred in this first year. So again, another question that maybe hasn't sprung up before is why it's happening in that first year. We would want to know, if we were in this department, are they leaving in good academic standing? Are these students on academic preparation? What's happening? Are they going somewhere else? These are all questions that we can answer. We could also see, I should have mentioned earlier, that a nice thing about this graph interactively is that as I roll over each student, and I realize it's hard to see in the back, I get some very detailed information about the student's path to degree. So here's a student who graduated in 4 years. We can see each year the credit accumulation that this student had and what the outcome was. Similarly, we can roll over this student who ended up dropping out, or even more remarkably, this student who dropped out with 166 units, progressing nicely towards degree year after year, taking 24 to 30 units, and yet dropping out in that 6th year. So again, I talk about opportunities that this data provides. Here's an opportunity to reach out to the student. The campus will know who the student is. Hopefully the student got a good paying job and maybe is 1 or 2 courses away. Maybe they've already fulfilled their graduation requirements but didn't file for graduation, similar to the things that James was saying. So these are all opportunities to look at our data differently and be more action-oriented based on it. Finally, I'm going to mention these yellow people on the bottom here, which is the 4 students who dropped out and went on to graduate from another university. Throughout the course of the last year or two presenting on the graduation initiative, this board has consistently asked for additional feedback away from the federal standards of how we are mandated to define graduation. In other words, those IPED standards that tell us that you have to be a freshman, that you have to start at CSU Campus A and complete at Campus A within a certain time frame, or you're not counted as a graduate whatsoever. In the cases of these yellow students in the beginning, these are, for the purposes of our accounting system, they're considered failures. They're considered dropouts. However, we know, because we married a larger data set, the National Student Clearinghouse data, to our own data to find out that these students, in fact, went on to graduate within 6 years from another university. So when I roll over, for example, this student right here, we can see the student made nice progress in the first 2 years, and while San Jose will record the student as a dropout, this student went on to graduate from UC Davis within 6 years. So we would all admit in this room, a wonderful success story, even though it wasn't a graduate at San Jose State. So in conclusion, I'd just like to sum up what we've seen today and the excitement we have over the possibilities. We've taken a look at a high school dashboard which presents actionable data to our high school community, and in this case, we presented very specific data for all of the departments on the campuses for faculty and staff to look at student success in a different way. And we're very excited about the potential of these collective efforts and helping our partners work with us to improve student success. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Blanchard for his final thoughts.
Thank you so much, Jeff. So I want to underscore our deep conviction that there really is no greater work in which we should be focused or in which we should be involved than the success of all of our students. As you heard today, we are beginning the implementation phase of the Graduation Initiative 2025 with a renewed sense of purpose, a laser focus on activities that will close achievement gaps, a commitment to evidence-based decision-making, and a more strategic approach to engaging our partners in our critical work. The dashboards that you just saw are an essential element of engaging all of our partners. While the tools of the trade used to be limited to chalkboards and textbooks, today's technology provides an opportunity to analyze and shape data to drive and improve student success. Developing cutting-edge tools such as these dashboards require resources, but certainly pay dividends by providing a roadmap to achieving the goals of the Graduation Initiative 2025. We certainly congratulate Jeff and his team for the fine work in conducting these respective dashboards. Through the careful coordination of these activities and close collaboration with our campuses, we are really optimistic about meeting the future workforce needs of the state of California, and more importantly, helping more of our students attain the college degrees that will prepare them for a lifetime of success. Chair Kimbell, we really thank you for the opportunity to provide this update, and at this time we turn it back over to you, and we're open to any questions or comments that you might have.
Thank you all for providing that exciting information on behalf of the Graduation Initiative 2025. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay. Trustee Stepanek, then Trustee Carney, then Trustee, let me write this down. Okay, Jane, Larry, Cy, Debbie, Thelma. Okay, everybody? Should we just go in order? Everybody, who doesn't have a comment?
We're just going to go down the room.
Is there anyone without a comment or a question? All right, so we'll start with Trustee Stepanek.
Thank you, Trustee Kimball. Those dashboards are absolutely amazing. They are going to be incredible resource tools. There's always, especially for the high school one, an interesting question of a balance of how much information you want to put out there. But that said, I'm going to make one suggestion to consider, and that is for the time to degree by discipline or by major, because that can be a very important thing for both the students and also their parents to maybe know that although we're trying to make, breakthroughs and everything, but there's a simple reality that if you're going to start getting into some of the STEMs, it may take you a little bit longer. If you get nursing, it may take you a little bit longer. And I think that'd be something that'd be very interesting to actually see out there. I have a couple more comments since it'll never get back around to me with everyone else speaking here. I know that a little bit later we're going to be talking about some of the financial ramifications of this, but since this is the beginning of this conversation, I can't help but to want to do a little bit of a tie-in here that we got the $35 million for first year one-time funding. And I just want to stress to everybody that for us to be able to really accomplish the goals of the Graduation Initiative 2025, we really have to push on the legislators and the governor that we get that continued funding at the level of $75 million or whatever we determine in the future years, because we can't do it just on one-time money. We need a firm commitment of what's going on also. And two more things, actually, real brief. Also very, very important is already the ramifications. As we're saying, we're trying to get more students, especially in their first year, to really take 15 units. For students to be able to do that, that is going to increase the FTES of the campuses, and that's potentially unfunded unless we get additional supplemental money. Once again, it's part of our proposed budget, but I want to do that kind of tie-in that it's critical that those particular aspects of the budget go through to be able to support this particular endeavor. Lastly, a kind of plug for something. You showed an incredible, looked like a biology lab up there with all new equipment. The problem in reality, though, is budgetary-wise, the equipment, whether it's biology, computer science, healthcare, whatever, it's aging. It's getting to be a real serious problem within the CSU is the age of the equipment that's in our labs, and that's something we need to address as we go forward with this graduation initiative, because for some of those particular disciplines and classes, it's becoming a serious problem. It's becoming literally a bottleneck to be able to get the students through because of limitations on the lab and the support equipment that's there. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Carney?
Thank you. Well, I have to reiterate that the dashboards are really just amazing and should be a really powerful tool. I'm wondering if they been rolled out? And if they haven't yet been rolled out, how do you propose to do that so that they really end up being used?
Yeah, great question. So the high school dashboard has been rolled out. It's ready to go. We launched at the high school counselor conferences in September. So there were, I believe, about 6,000 high school counselors throughout the state that came together, and they've been a huge hit. The word has filtered out. We're seeing pretty good usage already, and my team has fielded questions from county offices of education and districts wanting even more information. So we're off to a good start with that. The faculty dashboards that you saw, we're still working out some of the kinks. So even though it seems really basic to be able to map your data to the college department and major and course level, there are some issues. We have never done that as a system. We've only collected the data at the campus level. So we're still working out the kinks, and we're working on a pilot basis with those campuses. But the campuses that are using it are starting to see the beginnings of some real change in the conversations they're having.
Thank you. Thank you. That's great. And I hate to put Sac State on the spot, but I'm going to, because I know that you have a Finish in 4 pledge that you ask students to either take or decide not to take so that you know how many students expect to be on a 4-year track. Do you know what kind of achievement gaps are there with respect to the students who do the Finish in 4 and those who don't?
This is Mike Lee from Sac State, and thank you for that question. Actually, when we did the Finish in 4 pledge this year, 67% of the freshman students took it up. And among the 67, by the way, almost all of them are taking 15 units or more. And there's no gap there. All group of students sign up about the same percentage and the same amount of course load.
Thank you. That's really encouraging because, it's not surprising that initially the achievement gap might actually increase a little bit. But if the Sac State experience holds true, it's very promising for eliminating it, obviously. And then I would just lastly like to say to the 2 students who spoke, please remember that the target here is only 40% of full-time freshmen completing in 4 years. We don't expect, and we're not trying to force anyone who needs more time to find their major, to work, whose life circumstances interrupt their education, to, still try to finish in 4 years. And I congratulate you on the amazing things you're doing. There's a lot of literature about the importance of the quality of persistence in overall life success, and you clearly have that. And so thank you, and please don't feel somehow like you're not meeting the mark if you're not going to graduate in 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Carney. Trustee Norton, and then I think we'll come to this side and we'll get to everybody. And then Chair Eisen and Trustee Abrego.
Thank you. I agree with the earlier comments that these dashboards are really amazing. I have 2 brief questions. One is, I'm curious as to whether or not we have any information on the annual cost of the program at Georgia State.
So the annual cost has been balanced against the retention and completion and additional revenue from students being enrolled in concurrent semesters. The program, it's interesting, started with a $40,000 gift from the university president to give small grants to students who would have been disenrolled or had their courses dropped or not allowed to register in a successive semester, and sometimes for amounts of $500 or less. So the cost of the program, what they have started to do is raise private money for this program. So it's not built into sort of the base operational budget of campuses. The program at Georgia State is run primarily on private money.
Interesting. Second question, you mentioned, I believe, that there are 12 campuses participating in the faculty dashboard. I assume the expectation is that when the pilot phase is completed, it will be all 23 campuses. That's correct?
Yes, we will get that data. I will tell you that I move with a lot more alacrity with the campuses that don't have the current data structures to support this. So this is a complementary tool for many of our campuses that have more advanced data systems. So they are not waiting for this. While some of the 12 that are in there, they're at a point right now where this is the only game in town.
Well, I'm not asking you to sign any pledge, but do you have any idea of when the entire system will be up and running for everyone?
I would expect within about 6 months, or so, we'll have everyone. Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Melendez de Santana.
If I may comment also, it's wonderful. I think I echo everyone's comments and just seeing the terrific job that you've all done on this. Just a comment on the high school, the K-12 one. Is it possible to aggregate the data at a district level? Because I think that would really help in terms of district superintendents to be able to follow the data and to actually be held accountable and to hold others accountable.
Perfect question, because we've had 2 requests already and we're in the process of doing it right now. So yes, good question.
And Mike, a quick second question. I think what's important is that how it's rolled out, and because the tool is a tool, right? And you can talk about the wonderful things that the tool can do, but how do you roll it out in order that practice can be implemented in a way that is successful?
So what we're thinking right now is that we need to create a specific time and place for this, as opposed to come check it out and then come back whenever you want. And that time and place is at least annually when we get the new data refresh. And so the idea is that we will message our campus outreach folks who have the relationships with the districts and the superintendents, the principals. And we'll also work with them to message the high schools so that they can come together and use the benchmark data. And then year after year, we looked at Wilson High School, and I believe we saw that a quarter of their students are taking a full load. Well, hopefully sometime in the next few months, there'll be a meeting with their advisors, with their senior staff to say, how are we going to target this? And by the way, that 25%, how do we make it 40% or 50%? And then when the next year's data comes, they can get together and see how are we doing, what are the lessons learned. So I think that's I think having it out there right now is a really nice way to see what's going on and to start mobilizing. But making it part of a routine process when the data is available to track progress is what we plan to do.
Chair Eisen, and then Trustee Taylor, then I think that was Trustee Farrar and Trustee Fagan and Trustee Abrego.
Okay.
All right.
Well, first of all, I want to welcome Dr. Miner to our Horseshoe. I don't think you've presented before, and I was very happy to hear your presentation. I have a couple of questions for you. I did attend the symposium, which I thought was fantastic. In fact, I think you and I were in the same session in one of them. And I'm wondering, A, if we plan to have more of them, and in general, how do we plan to continue sharing these best practices among the campuses so that we can have the best possible student success initiatives. I did notice something in the materials about trying to learn as quickly as possible whether some of these programs are working. And I was talking to somebody in the tech industry who told me that they have a principle called fail fast, which I understood him to mean if it's not going to work, let's learn about it as quickly as possible so we can move on to something that does work. And it sounds like that is a kind of principle that's governing there. And the second question I had for you, the 2% that we have managed to increase the graduation rate already this last year, if that is carried out over the 9 years that we have this graduation initiative, it seems to me, if I'm doing the math right, that it will get us to our goal, or awfully close. But I'm wondering if you have a concern that there will be, for lack of a better term, low-hanging fruit in the beginning, and it'll get harder and harder to find institutional barriers that are standing in the way of our students graduating as quickly as possible. And just on that last point, I really want to echo what Trustee Carney said. This is a graduation initiative. The idea is to get our students to graduate. And I think, Dr. Gohl, you had a slide up there, and I didn't write down the words exactly, but it said something to the effect that we want to purposefully identify and remove institutional barriers to graduation. We understand, as Trustee Carney said, that all lives do not permit graduating in 4 years, but we don't want to be the ones to stand in between a student who wants to graduate in 4 years by posing barriers that can be removed. So I really want the students to understand that, because this is the second time I've heard, please don't force us to graduate in 4 years, as if this is something punitive, which it is obviously not. So, Dr. Miner.
Well, first, let me say thank you for your welcome. I appreciate that. Let me try to just address a couple of the questions and comments you had. The first is about the annual symposium that we had in September. One of the questions we're having now is that because it was such a success and a lot of synergy in the room across and among campuses, the only question we're pondering now is, should we wait until next September to do it again, and whether or not we can have something between now and then that brings campuses together. There is a lot of innovation in the higher education space taking place across the country. So one of the things that we're trying to figure out now is, how do we sort of close the gap or bring some of that innovation that's happening around the country to the CSU, and then at the same time highlight a lot of the innovation that is happening on specific campuses within the CSU, and how to sort of spread that across the system. We had an interesting meeting not long ago, and we learned very quickly that something really fabulous is happening at campus A or B, while campus C or D hadn't really thought of it in the same way. So part of it is, short answer to your question, yes, we absolutely intend to do it again. The question is whether or not we wait until September. On the evidence part and the fail fast concept, I think it's right. One of the 4 critical areas that were shown here today, we've referred to it as smarter student supports. That is, how smart can we be? How much evidence can we leverage around the programs and interventions we believe get students closer to graduation? And the reality is, for a lot of the programs that we have run for a lot of years, and they're very popular, we don't have a lot of evidence to support whether or not they actually improve retention or get students closer to graduation. So I think the idea there is just that, is to develop better evidence to demonstrate the effectiveness of some of these practices, to rule out the ones that we no longer want to support, and then to move towards ones we think, or we have evidence that are really beneficial for students. Lastly, I'll just mention on the completion rates and the 2% uptick, we are encouraged by it, but it an aggregate of all of the campuses. And so the question is whether or not we should expect linear progress between now and 2025. And I think what you'll have is some movement across campuses, but the question is whether or not we should experience a plateau. I actually think that there's enough work to be done between now and then to continue to see steady upticks. But that doesn't mean that that may be necessarily true for each individual campus. So small 1-2% upticks, I think, will be an encouraging and reasonable expectation.
Thank you.
I want to quickly add, if you don't mind, that one of the things that we're discovering as well as we are conducting campus visits, and I should mention that Nathan and I are in the process of completing 10 of the campus visits that we had not gone to yet. We've already completed 13. And Jeff and James are now going to the other 13 to not only talk about the graduation initiative, but also to talk about what's working well at other campuses, so that they are aware of some of the best practices right under our noses. And that what I find to be very valuable is that a lot of our campuses now are visiting our sister campuses to get more information directly about not only what's working, but how are they making it work. So I know that there's a lot of value that's added with respect to that. The other piece I wanted to mention is with respect to the comment that you made, as well as Trustee Carney, about the completion within a 4-year period of time. There's definitely some anxiety that we've been clearing up as we've been conducting the campus visits, that there are some programs, and I know that Stepanek just mentioned this earlier, Trustee Stepanek. There are some programs that are just by design, they're naturally 5-year programs. And so there's the misconception that what we're doing is working to get those 5-year programs into a 4-year track, and that's not true at all. That we know that there are certain regulations that often are associated with professional accreditation guidelines that warrant that these are the courses that these students must take, and that it's going to naturally take more time for some disciplines versus others. And so we've been really working hard and using this opportunity as well to clarify the fact that our goal is not to in any way to move those programs that by design take a 5-year period into a 4-year track.
Thank you, Dr. Blanchard. Trustee Taylor?
Thank you very much. Jeff, I love how you integrate data, facts, and evidence into an emotional issue and really allow us to focus on things that are going to work and solutions. So love the dashboards, love the work you're doing. The Georgia State example, Georgia State's part of something called the University Innovation Alliance. In California, only UC Riverside is part of that, but it's a group of 11 universities that have come together and meet twice a year and consciously try different techniques around student success. Even though we're not a member at the CSU, I'd encourage you to reach out to the UIA. Their meetings actually, if we hadn't moved this meeting, I'd actually be in Austin right now at their meeting. As the foundation I run is a funder of the UIA. I'd be more than happy to make some introductions there to help you kind of learn from what they are trying and hopefully succeeding with, but every now and then failing with too. So happy to do that. Also, Jeff, encourage you to reach out, and again, I'd be happy to facilitate an introduction. University of New Mexico is putting together similar kind of data graphics, particularly a focus around Native American populations, which of course is a large group in New Mexico. They've done some similar work that I think the two of you would actually really hit it off and learn from each other. So let's catch up afterwards. I'd love to make an introduction for you there.
Okay, Trustee Farrar, then Trustee Fagan, then Trustee Abrego.
Thank you. I think everything's kind of been addressed that I wanted to add, but I just want to emphasize and reiterate what Chair Eisen and Trustee Carney said about the anxiety and the maybe thinking it's punitive for the 4-year rate. I could never have gotten through in 4 years. I had to work full time, and I actually was getting anxieties when I was listening to this, thinking, "Oh, I can never do this." So it's a very, very real thing. I wanted to ask if, because I was unfortunate I couldn't attend the symposium, if year-round again has been addressed at all, or if we can look into that again too. I mean, just as a student that had to go to summer school and pay those enormous rates.
Year-round Pell, you mean?
Year-round, it's funding.
Yeah, so this was proposed in the president's budget to Congress to use the surplus in the federal Pell program to cover summer school or year-round Pell. It also included a proposal to offer on-track bonuses, Pell bonuses for students who were on track to graduate. And that proposal was not taken up by Congress, so I don't think we'll see year-round Pell.
Well, I thought so, but and also just to emphasize too what Trustee Stepanek said about the financial ramifications and what Trustee Eisen was mentioning about as far as, this she referred to as low-hanging fruit. It to me, with the bottleneck, the courses and everything, I think it just appears like it may get more difficult too. Especially, I think what it was very interesting to me, and also I am one of those that thinks the dashboards are amazing too, and compliment you on all your hard work. But that idea of what is stopping the fifth-year students from 4 years, this, I mean, I think would be so telling, And anyway, congratulations on the good work, and thank you.
Trustee Fagan?
I too want to offer my congratulations. It is very, very impressive. A couple of quick questions. Were these dashboards created in response to the graduation initiative? And if so, how did you do it that fast?
So I'm one of few that was involved from the beginning with the first graduation initiative, and it became clear to me probably around 2011 or 12 that as we visited the campuses, we were hearing the same chorus of we need better data. And at the same time, we have been in the business in this office, in the chancellor's office, of collecting data from the campuses primarily for compliance reasons for 30, 40, 50 years. And so we started to put things together, and it did not happen overnight. The work you see here is the next generation of some dashboards that have been around for a while to meet those early needs.
Well, it's a terrific job. It's a great quantitative exploration. Could you explain a little bit about how both the faculty and the high schools would be able to use this quantitative information to translate into actual benefits in getting the goal of better graduation? What's going to happen? How are they going to use it?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think to me the fundamental premise, and let's start with our faculty, is just that awareness. And so, the way I started the presentation is really heartfelt, which is our faculty are at the center of student success. Make no doubts about it. They want to do everything they can. They want to uncover every stone to support our students. They lead such busy lives, and they see our students in such fleeting ways that the idea is that when they're able to see visually the data and the quantitative component as well, it will lead to the types of questions that I led us through. And then our faculty are so gifted. I mean, these are top of the field PhDs. They're experts in what they do. I firmly believe, and we're starting to see it by some of the anecdotes we hear from our campuses, that just having a core group of people, I use the management example at San Jose, we could talk about any major, you get a bunch of chemists in the room, and if they're talking anecdotally about what they've seen over the years that works for student success, that's one thing, and that's great that they're having those conversations. But what they can use the numbers and say, my God, in our department, we're losing 40% of our students in the first year, and in another campus say, well, we're only losing 10%. That's the basis for a much richer, much more focused, much more action-oriented conversation on behalf of our students. So that's the philosophy of what we're trying to do and how we're trying to empower folks.
Trustee Abrego?
Let me commend you on this dashboard. I sure wish it existed when I was on campus. It truly is amazing. It's a great tool for planning. You mentioned a couple of times about how to identify the barriers that cause a student to drop out or stop out. And so I'm thinking about how do you go about doing it? Is there any examples how you collect this data? Is it through exit interviews? Is it through questionnaires? I'm assuming that once a student stops from attending the campus, there's got to be some form of follow-up with that individual to find out exactly what were the challenges that the student faced. And I'm also assuming that most students probably won't say it was for academic reasons, and most likely would say for financial reasons. So that's one question. The second question is probably for James, and that is that our students today are really different from the days that most of us went to school. A lot of our students, in fact, the majority of our students are economically challenged, and facing a 4-year graduation rate, it could be very challenging for them. And so even though our goals are ambitious, I think they're attainable, but I think there's two sets of students that we have. We have those students who are coming in, enrolling with a 4-year graduation plan, and those students who already know it's going to take 5 to 6 years. Is there any way to separate the data and do comparisons about who does graduate in 4 years from those students who indicated they wanted to graduate in 4 and those students who graduate in 6 years?
So why don't I take the first part and then I'll turn it over to James. Just briefly, what you're talking about is critically important, and I'm going to put one of our presidents on the spot, whoever would like to talk about it. Many of our campuses have engaged in the work of querying students who drop out, and you have to be very careful, to your point, about how you frame the questions and how you go about that research. But I don't know if there's a president who'd like to talk about their work querying the students who have left to gain insightful information about how to help them.
So what we've done is we have student success teams within each of the colleges, and in those student success teams, you have the assistant dean, the assistant dean of student affairs, the associate dean of faculty, the assistant dean of student affairs, a graduation specialist, a retention specialist, a career specialist. And they gather this data and they work with all the students individually within the college. And as they sit with these students and they see students using the dashboard, they bring them in and ask them questions and collect the data. So this is going on within each of the colleges of the institution, because we've realized that you can't do it from such a big level when you have so many students, but when you bring it into the college, you have individuals actually working with the students one-on-one, you're able to collect the data.
Let me just quickly address what you're referring to as the economics of graduating in 4 years, especially for students who may be the first in their families to attend college, work more than 30 hours a week, all kinds of reasons why students don't complete in 4 years. And I think a lot of those reasons have been expressed here today. We have also tried to think about, for students who have every intent to graduate in 4 years, but for some obstacle that gets in their way, the economics of having to stay an extra year. So the students that we talk to who stay an extra semester or extra year because they can't find the courses they need to complete, because they didn't get great advice about which courses to take, they change majors, whatever those issues are. I think what has been expressed today, the idea is not to sort of cram students who shouldn't be on the 4-year track onto that track. The goal is to say, for students of all backgrounds who come to the CSU, 60,000 of them in the fall, with every expectation of graduating in 4 years, what are the things institutionally we can do to clear the way for those students so that they're not spending extra money for transportation, for housing, for food services, because something didn't happen along the way that maybe should have. So I think that's what our focus is, and the groups of students that we're focusing on are the institutional barriers that may clear the way for students who come to the CSU with every intention on graduating in 4 years.
Thank you, Dr. Miner. Are there any other questions or comments? Chair Eisen?
Yeah, in terms of this question of how you identify the barriers, every time I go to campus, I sit down and meet with students and talk to them. And I used to ask the question, what do you think stands in the way of you graduating within 4 years? And I invariably got the same answer, which is I couldn't get a class I needed. But then I started asking the question a slightly different way and asking, what were the things that happened to you when you were a freshman, as an example, that caused you to think, this is the right place for me, I'm going to stick with this, I belong here, I can persevere. And then I got a whole bunch of different answers that had to do with the community, the connections that they made, the various organizations that they heard about or signed up with. And it turns out that it was a totally different conversation about the kinds of things that got them to think this is a place I want to be and I can succeed. And I think that's just as important as trying to figure out, what is standing in the way, because if they don't have those connections, we lose them. And that's what we're trying to, that's part of the problem we're trying to solve as well.
Chancellor White, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Kimbell. At the risk of bringing coals to Newcastle, I'd like to provide a little bit of context and reality of what you have just observed. First, I could not be more pleased to see the trustee understanding and awareness that this is a matter of moving the graduation distribution curve. A few students today get their degrees in less than 4 years, then 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5, 6, 7, 8. The idea is to move that entire distribution curve not only to the left, but up. And every student on that distribution curve matters equally. And you understand that. And whereas the sound bites often focus on just discrete points on that curve, we are actually in the business of a distribution of graduations. I want to commend this work to the board. Behind Lauren, and behind Jeff, and behind James, there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of people in this building and across the 23 campuses who are making this happen. I've been around a lot of places. That tells you, first off, that I'm old. Nobody has initiated at scale the sophistication, the focus, the innovations, the understandings of both needs and expectations of students, faculty, and academic staff, and the edification with data in real time for our K through 12 partners, the on-the-ground faculty, the advisors, the academic leaders, indeed everybody. Nobody has done this in this country or in this world. So focus matters, and you're seeing the results of that. Being intentional matters. The village approach matters, of smart, capable, and mission-oriented people. Taking personalized education to scale, that is what we're doing. Kind of like personalized medicine. And I was in Austin yesterday at the APLU meetings and sat at the table with Peter McPherson and others, and sat next to Peter Farrisee, who is the Vice President and General Manager of Amazon Marketplace. And he made in his comments at lunch, but he made them privately a little more strongly, about the role of failure. And he wanted to talk about how many people know about Amazon Prime. And, just about everybody in the room, several hundred people raised their hand. And then he asked about the precursors to Amazon Prime, and nobody raised their hands. And pointed out that entrepreneurship and innovation has a very high failure rate, well below 10%. And so while I don't want us to seek failure, I also think there will be some interventions that end up not being successful. And from that we learn, just as we've learned in the past. And it's okay to fail. And if we never fail at any part of this, it is because we're not trying hard enough. We will be known for who we graduate, not who we exclude at admission or exclude along the way. But let me finish by a comment that others have alluded to, is that as we segue into our next part of the trustees meeting, is that resources absolutely matter. On a recurring basis, they matter. Education today requires high touch, high tech, and facilities and equipment. It is not an either or equation. It is an and equation. And we simply have to make sure that for us to serve California's future economically, socially, and environmentally, that there is a growing recognition of the need for us to resource that effort. While there is a cost associated with that, there's a bigger cost associated with not doing this. A bigger cost to California and a bigger cost to our students and their families. And I want us to never lose track of the context by which we're putting together what I think we'll all realize in a few years' time is really a very, very remarkable point of inflection in public higher education led by the California State University.
Thank you, Chancellor. So now we're going to hear from our student trustees, George, and then Trustee White.
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to thank all of you for your amazing work, and the dashboards are going to help our students a lot more, including our faculty. I also wanted to say that we know that the graduation initiative, it's an amazing initiative, every meeting I go to, I get reassured of that. And I'm thinking that all of us are getting reassured of that as well. But I think that the students that need to hear that are not being approached. We're not really informing how great this initiative is, and we need to change that rhetoric. I do think that we are slowly losing our students' trust when we're actually trying to help the most needed students. So I would really want us to see how we can change that rhetoric and maybe include this in our CSU rebranding committee so our students know how much effort we're putting behind this initiative. Because I would hate to see us lose. I would hate to see our students losing trust on us because we're just trying to help them. And at the same time, we know we're not trying to force them to graduate in 4 years, and we respect all of their life paths. So I would love to see us changing that. Thank you.
Trustee White.
Thank you. Well, hello, good morning. What a beautiful start to our day talking about this amazing initiative. I don't know if you've seen me, I've been practically dancing in my seat because I am so excited about this. So these are going to be some good comments. I want to reiterate a little bit what my partner George was just saying. And I think we need to be very clear. This graduation initiative is not about changing our students. It's about changing how we serve them. I think that is one of the most important takeaways that we get from this. This is not about changing our students who are so amazing in their diversity, who add so much value to the classroom through their diverse life experiences. This is about making sure that we are meeting them in the best way that we can where they are right now. So the dashboards do that. That is amazing that we're disaggregating this data. That's going to help our faculty, staff, and administrators, not just in the CSU, but in high schools, and I believe community colleges soon across the state. We are all going to be working together to serve our students better, and that's the whole point of what we do here. And so I'm incredibly excited, and I think every single person at this table is excited about these dashboards. And I also want to point out a few of the other really cool initiatives that were brought up a little earlier in your presentation. So here are just a few of my favorite things that were brought up. Removing administrative barriers to graduation. If you've completed all of your coursework, paperwork should not stop you from graduating. That is something that everyone knows. That is the most frustrating thing in the world. A piece of paper wasn't turned in on time. So it doesn't matter about all the other pieces of paper that were turned in with your countless essays and your countless worksheets. Those were the important pieces of paper. This little piece of paper saying you're going to graduate should not be the thing that stops you. Another thing I'm really excited about, the possibility of microgrants instead of dropping students for non-payment. Oh my God. I mean, later we're going to have to do a round of applause for this because I am so excited. Talk about access. That is amazing. That is serving our students where they are. Another thing, offering classes when our students need them. I mean, we know that a huge percentage of our students are graduating in 4.5 years, and they don't have to graduate in 4. If they wanted to take an extra class, that's fine. They can do an extra semester. No one is trying to make them leave the CSU. But so many of my friends had to take an extra semester because of one class. 1 or 2 classes that weren't offered when they were supposed to be offered. And so they say, oh, I kind of graduated in 4, but I had 1 more class. Meeting students where they are is getting those classes out when students need them. That's why the data is so important. That's why looking at students as individuals is so important. And so I think this graduation initiative absolutely aligns with the values of the CSU. I'm very excited to see it implemented. And I just want to reiterate that everything we do here as a board, as presidents, as the CSU should be to uplift the quality, access, affordability, and completion. I think this is obviously completion, this is access, and this is hugely quality. The one thing we have to make sure this does not disturb is the affordability of our education. Because what good is a high quality CSU education if it's not affordable or accessible? So I think this is incredible work. I really thank you and your team. I know, like the Chancellor mentioned, this is a huge endeavor. So thank you very much for your work on this.
Trustee Abrego and then Trustee Morales. No, you're not. Trustee Morales.
Well, I just think that it's really wonderful and important to have student trustees and also faculty on this board. I think in a discussion like this, I think this really adds a lot of not just value, but actually concrete, how would I say, voices that we can all learn from. So anyway, I just want to commend whoever has thought about that. That's so important. But I also wanted to comment on the, first of all, compliment on the data and what the dashboard and what that means. But I just wondered I wondered whether we're considering using data of a third grade reading, kind of emphasizing the K through 12 relationship toward, again, kind of predicting, the number of students that may be college bound. I know other industries do, so frankly, that are not particularly positive. So I think what we should think, I'm talking about the prison industry. And so I think what we should do is think about third grade reading at that. And also increase collaboration, perhaps maybe it's already happening with K through 12 districts that have really deep data. I'm talking about like large districts like Fresno Unified, for example. I think it's the fourth largest district in the state that have, incredible data. And I think there's a cohort of large districts with that here in the state of California that are working on getting deeper and deeper data on their students, again, with the hope and expectation of increasing their own graduation preparedness. So anyway, I just wonder whether there's any thoughts being given to that.
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's one that we field a lot. So when you create visualizations that motivate people, the next thing you get is, hey, can we look at this too? Can we look at this as well? And they're all great questions. So your point about third grade reading or math and correlating that, one of the challenges we have, because we are, obviously we have staffing issues, we can't do everything, is we try to focus, at least for version 1 and version 2, on the areas where we think we have the most impact. And so while there's so many areas, especially on our campus, we can look at housing and we can look at, the different student programs. I think Trustee Eisen began by talking about the connection. The social connection is so important. So we have so many data sets that are now getting ready to be put together. You mentioned Fresno Unified as well. What we have to be mindful of in this office is the best use of our resources collectively in the areas we have the most impact. So eventually, as we build this out, I see us going in a lot of different directions, probably later with K-12, going deep into K-12. But I think our next venture with the campuses, certainly with the student affairs side of the house, is tapping into that social connection, which is so important. Students' participation in clubs and how that relates to, for example, their time to degree. So the answer is yes, and we're excited about it, but it's probably a little bit down the road to get that deep with K-12.
Okay, now it's my turn. And I just want to say that yesterday we met for our final graduation initiative advisory board. And I want to also thank everybody on the committee, and in particular, our leader, Dr. Blanchard and Jeff Gold. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful experience, and I'm so proud of the work that you've done in such a quick time. I also wanted to say, I think like many people, whatever your politics, it was very distressing to witness the decisiveness of this last election. And after, Tuesday last week, I was reading a lot about how it happened and why it happened. And I was struck by an article in the Financial Times by the social scientist Francis Fukuyama. And I'm going to quote him. He said, "Social class defined today by one's level of education appears to have become the single most important social fracture." I was so struck by that, and it really has reaffirmed my commitment in the work that we're doing here. And we cannot lose sight of what we're all trying to achieve, and that's providing an education to our students. And to quote Jerry Maguire, to go back to what George said and some of our student speakers, that it's very distressing that you feel we don't want the same thing that you want. And many people, many trustees did mention, we're not demanding everybody graduate in 4 years, and we know that's not possible. I didn't graduate in 4 years, and most of us didn't. But for those students who can and want to, we need to provide that opportunity. And as the chancellor said, well, if it takes you a little longer, hopefully those impediments to getting you there in 5 years or 6 years can get you there sooner. So, to quote Jerry Maguire, help us help you. We really all want the same thing. And so that I just wanted to say that. And also just make a comment as to the symposium, which was incredible. But I know it's a lot of work, and to get everybody from all over the state together is a lot. I just had a thought that perhaps we could bring some of the, I don't want to say superstars, or people that have achieved some great things. I've spoken to some of them at some of the campuses at Fullerton, particularly. And if we could perhaps bring one or two to each board meeting, sort of to let us know what they're doing and how it's working, that would be very helpful. And thank you all. So I guess thank you all for providing the board with this valuable update on the graduation initiative. And Chair Eisen, that concludes today's business on the Committee of Educational Policy.
Thank you, Trustee Kimbell. Trustee Taylor, will you please convene the Committee on Finance?
Thank you, Chair Eisen. Will the Committee on Finance please come to order at this time? We will now hear from members of the public who signed up to address agenda items before the Committee on Finance today. We have 5 speakers today, each of whom will have 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees. Jennifer Egan, Dale Landrum, Marcos Montes, Kat Alvarado, and Christina Riley. Please approach the microphone and begin when you get a moment. There she is. Jennifer.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Egan, the president of CFA. We're delighted that Prop 55 passed, thanks in large part to the hard work of CFA and our affiliated labor brothers and sisters in CTA and SEIU. You're welcome. It is proof that Californians want to pay for quality education. Especially given the obvious importance of the national election last week, we must stand together as Californians and defend what we hold dear. One of these things is the promise of affordable and quality public higher education. I want to reiterate that CFA is willing to fight hard in the legislature to secure more funding for the CSU. But rather than fighting for the revival of the master plan, which calls for tuition-free public higher education in California, and asking for restoring per pupil funding rates from 2017, as a start, we're once again talking about raising fees on students and setting up the legislature to abdicate their responsibility for funding the CSU. That's what the students outside are talking about. It's easy to raise fees on students, a simple vote and stroke of the pen. What's more difficult is effectively fighting in the legislature to restore appropriate per student funding levels. This doesn't require gimmicks. I wish it only required sound arguments about the obvious value of the CSU. We've made those before. But it requires instead sustained and broad-based political action. Everyone likes the CSU in theory, but when it comes right down to it, we have to make a lot of noise in the legislature to get their attention. CFA is ready to do that, so are the students, and we need to build a base of support together. We worry that if you pass the student fee increase in March, then the legislature is off the hook. If they know the board has already secured money from the students, where is the leverage? We don't think you can simultaneously ask for money from the legislature while showing how affordable the CSU is compared to questionable comparator institutions. The CSU may be comparable in price, but none of our comparison institutions has the economic profile that our students do. Over half of our students qualify for Pell Grants in an ever-increasing numbers. As Dr. Blanchard said this morning, non-traditional students need an extra layer of support. They also need an extra layer of protection. We have very few traditional students, so many so that the whole notion of traditional versus non-traditional students really doesn't apply at all in the CSU. If anyone had asked me 10 years ago if there would be food pantries for students on every CSU campus, I would have thought they were joking. In light of the problems of food scarcity and homelessness that we've been talking about, Why don't we do the one thing that would most obviously ease the financial burden on our students and freeze their fees at current levels? Your report already shows that campus-based fees have gone up by 47%. The best of all possible graduation initiatives would be to save students the mental stress of having to earn more to pay tuition and to save the hours needed to work to earn it. Additionally, student fees after so many astronomical increases is unfair. It is time to start rolling them back. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to really thank you all for your service. It's really wonderful. It's my first time in board trustee meetings, and it's just wonderful. And I want to take some time to appreciate all your service and all the commitment you make to student success. My name is Marcos Montes. I am a student at Cal State University, Los Angeles. I'm going to graduate in the spring, finally. I'm really happy for that. And I'm a political science major. And I'm just here to talk a little bit about the possible tuition increase. I'm wearing a shirt that says the more we pay, the longer we stay. I speak to that because when I started as a freshman at Cal State LA back in 2011, I really went through some really financial hardships, and it was just very difficult for me to continue to afford school and work at the same time. I ended up taking some time off school. I took a leave of absence, and then I came back really excited, pumped up, motivated to just really make a difference. I decided to join student government, and now I'm here fighting a possible tuition increase. I believe, well, not only me, but a lot of Cal State Los Angeles students believe that when we submit the support budget request, we also submit that with a strong message to the state legislature, to the governor. We submit a message that says that we're not going to put a financial burden on students and cause students to graduate longer in longer amounts of time. Like me, it took me a long time. This is probably like my 6th year in school since I came out of high school, and I did start as a freshman. But when we submit that request, we tell them that we're not going to put this burden on the students, but rather we want them to act, and we want a well-funded CSU system because it is really an investment into California's future. I believe that if the tuition proposal is raised, like it was said, then they're going to think that we have it all together, that we have a plan, and that we have funds. So that might send a wrong message saying that we don't need that money from the state. I think it's better for this board to stand with the students and just really send a strong message saying that we cannot afford a tuition increase, but we do need full state funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dale Landrum, Kat Alvarado, or Christina Riley?
Hello. My name is Dale Landrum. I'm a second-year grad student and the ASI Secretary for System-Wide Affairs at Cal State Long Beach. If you haven't heard of us, and with all due respect, just Google best damn university in the state. For generations, young individuals have been coming to the CSU for their education, and they were able to afford their education, and they were able to walk and get their degrees and get married and start families and buy homes or small businesses and be active in their communities financially and otherwise. This generation is not going to receive that benefit because their futures have been mortgaged for a degree that many in this room paid pennies on the dollar for. Our young students shouldn't have to worry about being buried beneath student loan debt. Their parents shouldn't have to consider a second mortgage just to get all of their children through the university. I firmly believe that this room possesses the intellectual, social, and political capital necessary
to fight like you've never fought before for this generation that wonders where their promise is, where their dream is. For those who don't understand what's going out on the streets right now, it's because they feel their American inheritance has been compromised. We can do better, and they deserve better than what they're getting. They're our future. And I truly, truly, truly challenge all of you to raise your voices so loud that we can hear them from our desks in the classroom, just as you hear their voices in here today. Thank you so much.
Very well. Ms. Alvarado or Ms. Riley? Okay, very well. Thank you. Ms. Egan, Mr. Landrum, Mr. Montes, thank you for your comments. It's now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Would any committee member wish to remove any items for separate discussion? All right, hearing none, may I have a motion to approve all of the items listed on today's consent agenda? Have a motion? Do I have a second? Motion and a second. All those in favor? Anybody opposed or abstentions? The items listed on today's consent agenda are approved. We'll now move on to the discussion agenda, where we have 4 items before us. Steve, to be perfectly blunt, we just had a fabulous educational policy discussion. I know you're not going to let us down with something boring. So I can't wait to see your graphics. We will start with item 3. It's an information item on our procurement and other administrative efficiency initiatives. The item will be presented by Steve Relier, our Executive Vice Chancellor and CFO, Arun Kasuba, our Executive Director and Chief Procurement Officer, with chiming in from President Hirschman and President Beck. Steve, please begin.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. This morning's Finance Committee agenda includes information on our stewardship of the funding that the university receives to accomplish its mission. Having limited resources and a growing student population has required the 23 campuses in the system office to pursue cost avoidance strategies in order to support our students and balance our budgets. Opportunities for improvement are continually identified and prioritized on both the campuses and the system. This includes leveraging the size and scope of the university and seeking ways to maximize benefits to our students. The success of our students requires resources, and as you will hear from Assistant Vice Chancellor Ryan Storm later this morning, has a major impact on our budget. Achieving these goals will require us to find ways to identify sufficient resources, including advocating for additional funding from the state of California, and looking at every opportunity to save resources by examining our processes and the services that support the university. The CSU is admitting and graduating more students now than ever before. We have made this progress despite finite resources, thanks to the innovative efforts of our campuses to find new ways to work smarter. In real terms, the CSU, combining both state appropriation and student tuition collected, has $7,000 less today per degree earned than it did just 10 years ago. So put another way, we are conferring 24,000 more degrees per year than we were 10 years ago, which is a 27% increase in degrees conferred, even though the real dollars have decreased by more than $7,000 per degree. The purpose of the initiatives described in this item is to ensure that we have the framework necessary to sustain the university's educational mission while focusing our resources in the classroom and other student-facing elements of our campuses. It is important to note that the cost reductions achieved by these initiatives have allowed campuses to balance their budgets to meet their basic operational needs. I will now turn the item over to Arun Kasuba, who is our Executive Director of Strategic Sourcing and Chief Procurement Officer, and he will discuss these initiatives. Arun?
Thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Relier. The focus of procurement initiatives is on the $2.3 billion of the university's total expenditures that can be influenced by procurement and other administrative initiatives. The remaining expenditures, including salaries and wages, benefits, financial aid, and debt payments, some of which are addressed by other initiatives. I'd like to start by providing you information on how the CSU spends this $2.3 billion. As you can see in the blue pie chart, construction, facilities management and energy, and information technology comprise over 2/3 of this activity. In addition, key areas including financial and business support services and instructional services and equipment are included. The 23 university campuses and system office strive to be efficient in the use of available funds and effective in providing the goods and services required for the mission of the university. We work in a collaborative way by using the significant scope and resources of all of the campuses in selecting suppliers of goods and services. These strategies include the use of competitive bids, direct negotiations, and leveraging across campuses or systems, including the University of California and the California Community Colleges. Now, I will walk you through initiatives that we have in each of these areas. As construction is a significant area of expenditures, we have developed several methods to improve the management of construction projects at the campuses. The CSU has sponsored legislation that allows campuses to centrally manage their projects on a common portal and save the money that would have otherwise been spent on print advertising on each campus. This initiative has netted the CSU $4.6 million in cost reductions per year. We are piloting an exciting new construction delivery method that utilizes a single bid process to execute multiple projects at a single campus or across several campuses. This has resulted in a savings of time and total cost reductions to the CSU of $2.3 million per year. The CSU has also created regional contracts for use by all campuses. Some of these contracts focus directly on specialty trades, such as paving and roofing, without the need for a middleman in the contracting process. This reduces the cost required for individual campuses to execute one-time maintenance and repair projects. In the areas of energy and sustainability, the CSU has negotiated and bought directly from energy providers on the open market rather than from local utilities at 10 of the 23 campuses and the Chancellor's office. This initiative has led to a cost reduction of $4 million per year. Other energy efficiency projects have resulted in $2.7 million per year in incentives earned from energy efficiency partnerships with Southern California Edison and Pacific Gas and Electric, and $1.6 million per year in cost avoidance. This year, through system-wide buying, the university has reduced costs by $1.7 million in facilities products for maintenance, repair, and operations, as well as $1.5 million in medical supplies and lab equipment. Each campus has also focused on efforts to reduce costs. We will now provide you with 2 examples of such efforts. I would like to turn it over to President Elliot Hirschman to describe an innovative procurement process that San Diego State University employed to deliver cost reductions.
Thank you. We recently conducted a reverse auction to buy copiers for our campus. The auction was conducted online in real time, and 4 sellers bid against each other. In less than an hour, through 57 different bids, the winning bid was secured, and we reduced our copier costs by over $1 million. And now I'd like to turn it over to President Beck.
Thank you, President Hirschman. CSU Channel Islands has a deep commitment to continuous improvement and resource optimization. To that end, we have implemented Lean Six Sigma, which is a model of organizational development that relies on the use of data and a collaborative team effort to improve performance by systematically removing waste, such as errors, delays, and rework from business processes. This methodology supports the university's focus on efficient and effective operation. To date, nearly 400 employees, including senior leadership, have received Lean Six Sigma training, which has been provided through a partnership with the County of Ventura Executive Office. Cumulatively, campus-wide tracked projects have resulted in over $1 million in operational efficiencies. I will now turn it back over to Arun.
Thank you, President Beck. In the information technology category, the CSU has delivered significant cost reductions through a number of initiatives. The CSU Common Network Initiative provides equipment and related services to ensure that every campus has a robust communications infrastructure. The university has avoided over $7.5 million in cost annually since fiscal year 2011-12 as a result of common standards, practices, and sound management processes. In addition, $15 million in costs were avoided this year through negotiations of system-wide licenses on software purchases. And $2 million in costs have been avoided annually by hosting our data center in a secure offsite cloud facility. We have taken several initiatives in the finance and business support category to reduce operational costs. $51 million cost reduction was achieved this year through the restructuring and refinancing of State Public Works Board and system-wide revenue bond debt. As you will hear later today, these cash flow savings are focused on addressing needs within the capital outlay program. Through the negotiations of system-wide agreements, such as external financial auditors, bank card services, office supplies, and printers, the CSU achieved $7.5 million in cost reductions this year. The CSU utilizes an electronic card payment process in lieu of checks for purchases of low-dollar items, which reduces the effort required for these small-sized transactions. Using this process, we achieve a net reduction of $3 million per year. The CSU has also created a common portal for catalog-based purchasing. This system, driven at the campus level, ensures compliance with contracted rates for a number of goods by funneling purchases through 24 vendor catalogs. This year, 14 campuses are participating in this portal with over 4,000 current users, placing nearly 21,000 transactions and resulting in $1.2 million in cost avoidance. The university has focused considerable resources to be more effective in providing proper infrastructure and delivering services to students geared towards assisting them in achieving their educational goals. For example, we have coordinated the purchasing of electronic library resources across the system to avoid $13 million in costs per year. We have consolidated contracts for academic technology systems and standardized on learning management systems to net $7 million in cost reductions this year. We offer a free common portal known as CSU Mentor that assists students in planning for college, selecting the appropriate CSU campus to attend, planning on how to finance their education, and applying for admission. We leverage the needs of the 23 campuses to create a system-wide agreement to provide students with pathways to access an education at the CSU. The CSU has created affordable learning solutions to assist in reducing the cost of textbooks and other learning resources to students. The solutions include free online instructional materials that faculty can use to construct their curriculum, free online materials that are formatted like ebooks, free access to campus and system-wide electronic library collections, and lower-cost proprietary content in both electronic and hard copy formats. This is an example of how the university has focused its funding on reducing student burdens. We have also introduced a product called Portfolium across the 23 campuses that provides a free digital platform for students and alumni to showcase and archive all of their academic papers, projects, skills, and experiences with the goal of enhancing their competitiveness in the job market. This was negotiated as a system-wide license and has reduced campus costs by 50%. The CSU is continuing to improve its sustainable practices in purchasing. For example, we participate in the state agency Buy Recycled campaign known as Cal Recycle, which is a joint effort by California's Department of Resources, Recycling and Recovery and Department of General Services. The university has instituted a minimum purchase of $50 in office supplies to minimize deliveries, and several campuses have moved towards reducing the number of delivery days to further aggregate purchasing and reduce carbon emissions. Where appropriate, we have utilized criteria around sustainable practices in evaluating proposals from bidders for projects, and we will continue to seek opportunities to further this process. In addition, contract language outlining specific sustainable requirements is now being used for suppliers. The CSU continues to explore more opportunities for reducing costs and enhancing effectiveness. We are in the process of securing a robust tool to help campuses improve student retention, timely graduation, outreach, advisor support, and interventions focused on undergraduate students. Each campus will have the ability to configure the tool to support their specific student population. In the coming years, we will continue to pursue multi-campus opportunities, including a combined solar energy bid, a budget planning system, and a travel expense management system. In addition, we will be researching creative methods for buying energy, such as a futures strategy for purchasing fuel for the Golden Bear vessel at Cal Maritime. In the near future, we plan to work with the UC and community college systems to collaborate on the use of common contracts, such as for building supplies and the creation of a portal so that these contracts can be shared across systems. In addition, we will continue to improve processes by implementing innovative procurement systems and analyzing spend categories to better identify cost reduction opportunities. And we will continue to develop and standardize best practices across the CSU. Now I will turn it back over to Steve to conclude our presentation.
Thank you, Arun. So as you can see, we're systematically looking under every stone to identify cost reductions and cost avoidance in order to support the achievement of our students and the core mission of the university. External groups have noticed our work as well. For example, a notable ranking of university costs and other factors was recently released by Washington Monthly. The list of the 2016 best bang for the buck schools is intended to help students attain high quality education at an affordable price. 14 of our CSU campuses are in the top schools in the Western United States. And U.S. News and World Report has published a recent report that identified the top ranked colleges for efficiency. The top 5 regional universities in the Western United States includes Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, Long Beach State, and Cal Poly Pomona. The article indicated that these campuses manage their financial resources better than schools that had more state funding, higher tuition, or larger endowments. While the article did not go beyond the top 5 highly ranked institutions, we're confident that the top 20 and 10 would show even more CSU campuses. And while such reports indicate that our efforts have made a difference, we must continue to find ways to be efficient and effective while still recognizing the need for adequate resources to achieve our important student success goals. These cost reduction strategies will continue to be employed by the campuses and the system office in order to continue to balance our budgets in light of finite resources and the increased workload. That concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that the board might have. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Steve and Arun. A terrific presentation. You know, members, I was trying to keep a running tally as they were going through the various initiatives they're undertaking, and not counting the debt restructuring savings, which we talked about in September. I counted $62 million of administrative efficiency savings in just the recent past through a variety of different techniques. And I think it helps drive home the fact that there's no silver bullet where you can wave a magic wand and suddenly save $100 million or $200 million. It's a lot of these initiatives, like the reverse auction, that save you $1 million at a time. But by a system-wide, constant focus on this, we can add to that $62 million. So I'm really thrilled to see some of the things you're undertaking. It makes tons of sense, particularly reverse auctions, which are so simple, and they're kind of fun to watch. These vendors kind of try to bid each other down to get the business. And so kudos to all of you for that. One question, then I'd like to open it up to the members. Arun, Steve, on the construction, I did not see a mention of public-private partnerships as a possible construction technique that might allow us to look at our construction backlog and or costs to see if there's savings there. Can you comment on that a bit?
Yeah, perhaps I'll start, then either Arun or Vi San Juan can add to that. You're absolutely right, public-private partnerships, and I think probably in the last year and a half, probably every board meeting we've had, we've brought 1, 2, or 3 of these to the board. And it's usually for that reason, that it's a way of leveraging the assets of the university. A lot of times it's land, sometimes it's intellectual assets or other assets, with a third party. It could be a private party or a public party to bring value and reduce the cost. A good example is in student housing. And right now, we've got a group of people, and it's composed of, it's a small work group composed of people from the campuses and some of our partners, both in the financing industry and the development industry, to create a playbook for these kinds of public-private partnerships that can reduce costs, particularly in housing. So you'll see a lot more of these in the next year or two ahead. Vi, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think you've said it, Steve. I would add the public-private partnerships are complex. So one of the things that we've been doing is to put in system-wide agreements in place so the campuses have access to master enabling agreements to help the process. But they are complex land transactions, and we're trying to work those through.
Great, thank you. Question from Trustee Day.
Well, I'd just like to congratulate staff as well. Chair Eisen is my witness as she's looking over my shoulder. I don't want to challenge Trustee Taylor's math, of course, so my calculator is wrong, but I had it at $70 million.
Oops, I like your number better.
Not counting the Public Works Board bonds. But that being said, and want to continue to praise these efforts, and it all drops to the bottom line and helps us address issues like we just spoke about before as far as graduation initiative and the classes that we're offering and the services for our students. But to keep this in context, this is roughly 3% of our $2.3 billion operational costs. So as incredible as this is, and it is incredible, I think we need to keep our nose to the grindstone and continue to look for even further, because we're going to continue to be stretched then, to continue to be expected to do more with less. And my only other comment is just, and maybe not for now, but maybe at a future meeting, do you call upon outside third-party industry experts or systems analysts for different systems in place, either at the central office or at campuses, so that you can have a third-party review for another fresh set of eyes to see that there are other ideas out there that may continue to create new efficiencies and save additional dollars?
Thanks for the question. It's a good question. We have looked at other institutions to provide insight, because public sector purchasing is where we're really focused on, and we constantly entertain the ideas that third parties do bring to us, depending on the category that we're talking about. For instance, we use Gartner as a partner in advising us on the technology issues and how things are playing out with regard to tool sets across the spectrum. But we have a number of folks that we do entertain to understand what they're seeing out in the industry and what's happening within other institutions as well.
Great. Question, Trustee Simon?
I'm extremely interested in the comment that was made by Islands around training and implementation of Lean Sigma, and thoughts about implementing that training and certification for management level folks and procurement folks throughout the system. Any thoughts on that? Or I guess the second component of my question, what have been the results of the training, and how, whether it's procurement and purchasing, and so lean management, what we've seen at Channel Island, and are there thoughts about making this kind of training opportunity system-wide?
Thank you very much for the question. I appreciate it. So this is just one process by which these sorts of efficiencies can be obtained, but it essentially involves a team of individuals around a particular workflow, taking a look at the workflow, mapping it out, and then looking at the sequencing of things and whether or not there can be efficiencies by cutting out some pieces of it. So for example, we streamlined the campus-wide delegation of signature authority and saved $75,000 a year. But it really involves teams coming together and mapping out what they're doing and how they're doing it, and then capturing the efficiencies on the other end of it.
Can I have a quick follow-up question? When we're using these kind of methodologies, and the cost savings, do those cost savings often require laying off staff in terms of saving and efficiency? So I'm curious for that particular, maybe you can't speak on that, it's a human resource issue, but there's always, there's ebbs and flows of creating efficiency, and as we become more efficient as a system in streamlining our efforts, I always want to be thoughtful and understanding how these efficiencies affect labor.
Absolutely. So in terms of Channel Islands, we are a very fast-growing university. So we have incredible resource needs, as do the other campuses. So no, in that particular example, it involved not having to hire someone. Okay. So we had a really, really significant strain on time and processing for signature authority. But there are multiple ways, and typically what happens is that you allocate time in different venues, so that someone doesn't have to spend their time doing one particular piece. They can redirect their time to other places where we have really significant need. It's essentially taking a fresh look at our operation.
Thank you.
Yeah, one of the great thing about these programs is it allows you to repurpose cash from back office expenditures into really critical frontline, classroom faculty opportunities to help improve student success. So kudos to everybody for this effort. Any other questions on our this item, Chair Eisen?
A couple of things. On the pie chart that you showed us in the very beginning, there was a category called Other. 12%, which my math is not as good as Vice Chair Day's, but I think it's about $280 million is in the Other category. So I'm wondering if you can give us an idea of what's in there. The second question I had is, I am very impressed with all of the work that we're doing to save money, but I don't think that it should get lost that we're doing that while our costs are also increasing. So it's not like we are now 70 million or however many you folks added up. I got 126, but I think it included that debt restructuring. So, but it's not like we have this huge savings. We have this corresponding steady drumbeat of increasing costs as well. So it's even more critical to be doing this work to offset those increasing costs. And then third piece had to do with the sustainable procurement processes. And I think what I'm hearing is that we're doing an awful lot in terms of energy efficiency, and we have even more ideas in our sites to save even more money with respect to energy and how we buy energy, et cetera. So if that's true, which I think is what I'm reading in this report, I'm very happy to see that.
To address your first question on other, there are a variety of categories that have small percentage of the total, so we've lumped them together, but they include communications and outreach, retail and wholesale, art, sport, and recreation, food, beverage, and catering, healthcare, animals and farming, social care and services, public sector payments that we make, other goods and services, clothing, personal care. So there are a variety, and they dwindle down in terms of how much of an impact they have. So we listed them together as other. And our goal is that you get the best for the buck when you go after the biggest pieces of the pie first. So our efforts with our limited resources, we want to focus them on where we're going to get the biggest return.
Great. Trustee White.
Well, thank you for that very informative presentation. I thought it was just as fun and interesting as Dr. Blanchard's presentation, so good job.
You're off the hook, Steve.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyways, whether it's 70 million or maybe 126 million, I didn't even try to keep up with that math without a calculator. I am so impressed by the work that's being done. I'm especially interested and impressed by these affordable learning solutions in the Portfolio program, which I've actually used through my campus. And I think it really goes to show every member of the CSU family of staff and administrators who are working on this are working towards that common goal of student success. And so a lot of times I think it gets lost that the staff and administrators who students don't see every day, they don't really know how the work that they do affects their lives and their struggles as everyday students. But I think that things like this, finding ways to be more efficient with their money and with state money, cutting costs by tens or even hundreds, millions of dollars, that is huge, and that is so beneficial to our students, and it serves our mission. And I just want to make sure that all of the staff who have worked on this, and the staff members on every campus every day who are trying to be, a little more careful with the money or find that better deal on a new printer, whatever they do, it may seem small, but the little things really are the big things. And so I just appreciate all of the work that all of you do, your team, Steve, and everyone throughout the CSU does to be more efficient with our time and our money and serve our students better. So I think it's very important. Thank you.
Can I just
Steve,
respond to Trustee White? On that particular product you were talking about, the Portfolium product, this is one of many examples. I don't want to give you the impression that we negotiate all these things initially out of this building. This is a good example of this product being piloted on a number of CSU campuses. Once we saw that it had some traction and it had system-wide applicability, we then sat down with the president of the company and we said, okay, let's really talk turkey about what we can do here as in a partnership. And what resulted was that all the campuses then had it. All the campuses had the cost cut in half, and the campuses who had already paid for the service got a rebate check from the president for the amount as if it was negotiated that way from the beginning. So it's another example where there's just very smart people on the president's teams who are always looking at these kind of things. And as soon as we see the ability to jump in and create it as a system-wide, leverage the size of the system, then we'll try to do that.
That's great. Super. Arun, how long have you been with the system?
10 months.
10 months. Okay, so a year from now we'll expect 140 million. All right. If there aren't any other questions, we'll move on in the agenda, members. Very well. Steve, Arun, thank you very much. I will now move to agenda item number 4. Agenda item number 4 is an information item presenting the CSU's annual 2016-17 student fee report. This item will be presented by Assistant Vice Chancellor for Budget, Ryan Storm. Ryan, please begin.
Thank you and good morning. Each year the board is presented with a campus-based mandatory fee report as an information item. For proper context, it is important to note that all of the information that I will be presenting today is for the current academic year or earlier. While state university tuition rates established by the trustees apply system-wide, campus-based mandatory fees vary among categories and from campus to campus. The CSU fee policy is designed to allow campuses flexibility to set and adjust fees according to unique campus needs and in consultation with students on the campuses. Activities funded with campus-based mandatory fees are described in the agenda item before you. Some fees serve academic and student support purposes, and others help fund other supplemental services or purposes. Student union programs and facilities, student government, athletics, school spirit, and health services are some examples of the programs and activities supported with campus-based mandatory fee revenue. Many of these non-academic fees have been approved by way of a vote by students in a referendum, with others approved after significant consultation with students across campus and after review by the Student Fee Advisory Committee. Revenue from all campus mandatory fees are designated for the purposes identified at the time the fee was established. Next slide, please. State university tuition, which has not increased in 5 years, and average system-wide campus-based fees totaled $6,818 in 2015-16, increasing by $63 in 2016-17. Year-over-year increases in these campus-based fees occurred for a variety of reasons. Changes for each campus are listed in the agenda item. Some campuses have authorized annual incremental increases for certain fees that are tied to inflation, such as the California Consumer Price Index or Higher Education Price Index. Some student success fee increases that were approved when the fee was originally authorized account for a large part of the increases at Dominguez Hills, Fullerton, San Diego, and San Marcos. Additionally, the student union fee at Monterey Bay was increased to expand the student union, and a new recreation fee was implemented at Cal Maritime to support and maintain recreational programs. This table, and it's pretty small, but you in the back, I hope you can see it. But this table shows how CSU resident undergraduate tuition and average campus-based fees line up with comparable public institutions around the country. This list of comparison institutions was developed by the California Post-Secondary Education Commission and has been used for over a decade to provide some context about the level of tuition and fees being paid by CSU students. Using average system-wide tuition and fees from the previous slide, CSU's annual rate is lower than all 15 comparison public institutions. The comparison group average is $10,944, and the CSU average is $6,881, or 37% below the comparison average. Similar survey results indicate that CSU resident graduate tuition and fees are the lowest among the comparison institutions, and CSU non-resident undergraduate tuition and fees are the second lowest among the comparison institutions. Your board materials also include that information. As you can see, CSU is an affordable option relative to comparable institutions around the country. Also on affordability, here are some highlights. What I want to leave with you is that CSU can be an affordable option for all students from all socioeconomic backgrounds. It is by CSU design and through a continued partnership with the state that the CSU is able to remain affordable. I'll take a few moments to demonstrate this. When compared to peer institutions, a CSU education is the most affordable institution, and that really means that if you're a student in another state, you will likely pay more for your degree. About 80% of all CSU students receive some form of financial aid totaling over $4 billion. 61% of CSU students have their tuition fully covered by grants or waivers, and 51% of CSU graduates have no education loan debt. For the 49% who did take student loans, their average loan debt is half of the national average. That ends the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very well. Thank you very much, Ryan. Remember, this is an information item, no vote taken on this matter. Open it up now for questions or comments from board members. Chair Eisen.
So on one of these charts that sort of compared 2015 to 16, it showed the Cal State going up by $63. I assume those are the campus fees, not since there's been no increase in tuition. It's just an average of the fees that have risen over the course of last year.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Oh, Trustee Simon and then Trustee White.
I don't think it's lost upon any of us. First of all, thank you so much for the data. It's extremely powerful and helpful. And at the same time, I am so happy that the CSU continues to bring up in its students a push for vibrancy and activism. That these students, their professors, their presidents, and I'm sure all of us here in this horseshoe want to make sure that this university system continues to be affordable. And fellow trustees, we have to fight like hell to make sure that that's going to be what it's going to be. I'm on this board because I was a teen mom and I have a daughter in our university system, and she's at UC Davis, not the CSU, but she's at UC Davis. And while we're sitting here, I got a text asking me for $400. There's always something. There's always something. And tuition is, in fact, it is extremely affordable. And yet, even as a single mother of 2 children with an amazing career, there's always something. So while the statistics show that we are not only overly comparable, and we have fantastic institutions and educators, we hold the line for the families of these students and how hard when you send a student away to college, what happens in a home. Many of you are parents, but as we continue pondering this issue moving forward, I want to think about our undocumented students. I want to think about our single parents. I'm going to think about our foster care youth, and while they are experiencing such, I feel like, quality and quantity and cost savings, we can continue to be the institution that keeps young people in college, keeps them in a space that actually believes in them. I am so happy that we've held this line for so long, and I know it will be a struggle and a fight to continue doing so. But I deeply appreciate the voices outside, and we should let these young people know that we hear them. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Simon. And I appreciate your comments. I thought they were particularly spot on. Although I will say those requests for $400 don't end when they graduate from college, unfortunately. Trustee White.
I'm so glad that you spoke, Trustee Simon. I certainly can't say it better than you, and I'm not going to try to. I'll just turn to my one question. Can you please speak a little bit about how these 15 institutions were chosen for the comparisons?
Yes, it's one of those, the original institution, the California Post-Secondary Education Commission. They're no longer in existence, but during their existence, they ended up doing a bit of work on creating comparisons for not only our system, the CSU system, but also the UC system. And over that time frame of their existence, there were institutions that were added and deleted on the margin, very, very minimally. But generally speaking, the lion's share of these institutions have been our comparators for a long period of time. And so basically from our vantage point, what we're trying to do is we're trying to kind of establish kind of the baseline in terms of comparing to other institutions and continue to show that information over time. I can't give you a lot of detail as to how that was done, many probably decades ago, and what prompted the CPEC to change from one item to another. But generally speaking, the idea is that we're looking at the demographics of the student population. They're looking at, obviously whether they're public institutions, and a host of other factors that said, well, generally speaking, yes, we can't compare, a particular campus of the CSU because we're trying to do it from a system perspective, but at least they're trying to compare something like collectively our system and compare the institutions that way.
Great. Yeah, please. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for that. I'm glad you mentioned that these were based on demographics. And there really is no one like the CSU. What we do is really, I would say, incomparable to other institutions across the country. I say with great pride. But I am curious if these comparisons were made many years ago, since our demographics have changed. One of our public speakers, I believe Dr. Egan, mentioned that 10 years ago working in the CSU, you would have been shocked at the idea of food pantries on every campus. And so I would say that our demographics have changed greatly. And I wonder if it may be time to take another look at this, look at these institutions, and are the demographics still similar between CSU and these other institutions? So I think this is great work. I'm really glad to see these comparisons. I like being number one. But I would be really interested in seeing if these demographics still line up to make sure that we're serving our students to the best of our ability and comparing that across the country.
Great. Trustee Abrego.
Yes, I want to follow up on Latifah's comment that something always happens. And looking at this table, obviously the CSU presents a good bargain. But the Lumina Foundation recently proposed that a college be called affordable if the cost of a bachelor's degree for a student is no more than 10% of the family's discretionary fund. And 2 years ago, I think, the Campaign for College Opportunity also conducted a study where it reported students with incomes of $30,000 and less use 72% of their discretionary fund towards paying for their college education, and in comparisons to 14% from families with incomes over $114,000. Now, what I would like to know is that do we have any comparison data for our families and CSU students as far as family incomes? And
I don't
the
have
percentage they use to pay education from their discretionary funds.
I don't have any of that information at my hands right now, but it's obviously something that we will look at going forward.
We will. It's hard sometimes to get precise numbers, Trustee Abrego. I do want to be clear that the conversations outside our building do matter and are real. If a student qualifies for financial aid and comes from a family who earns $70,000 a year or less, their tuition is fully paid for today. And if we are as unsuccessful in our efforts in Sacramento to raise our appropriation to whatever the board decides is the right ask later this morning, any adjustment in tuition that the board may consider in March would also be fully covered for those families earning 70 or less. That doesn't eliminate the point that Trustee Simon spoke to, and it doesn't address the points for those who don't qualify for financial aid. But the vast majority of our students fall into that category, and I just think it's important to, when you're as large as we are, there's going to be an exception to everything, but there's a pretty nice arc here of a commitment over the years by CSU to help make sure that finances aren't the reason students don't earn their degree. And anything we might do would not change that equation.
Okay, any other comments before we wrap up this item and go on to the discussion about upcoming budget? Okay, hearing none, thank you very much. So I'll wrap up agenda item number 4. Let's move now to agenda item number 5 as an action item. Action item seeking approval for the 2017-18 support budget request. The item will be presented by our CFO, Steve Relier, and Assistant Vice Chancellor Ryan Storm. Steve, please begin.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. In September, in our September information item, we discussed our needs for additional resources to advance the CSU mission, including the Graduation Initiative 2025. That discussion was helpful in developing today's action item on the 2017-18 support budget. Now, as we discussed in September, and you heard more about this morning, the Graduation Initiative is a key driver of the 2017-18 support budget request. If the state provides the resources to fund this budget request, we know that we will significantly reduce the amount of time it takes for CSU students to attain their degrees, primarily by adding new high-demand course sections required for graduation and other high-impact practices that you heard of this morning. As in previous years, there's a gap between the board's draft support budget request and what we anticipate may be in the governor's January budget plan. In keeping with the board's direction, our highest priority will be to advocate for full funding of the support budget request by the state. And if we are successful, it will allow the university to fulfill its obligation to California to save students money for every semester that can be reduced as students progress towards their degrees. However, in the event we do not secure full funding from the state, we have begun the consultation process on a possible tuition adjustment for the fall of 2017. We anticipate an information item on tuition in January 2017 and a possible action item in March. I now turn the presentation over to Assistant Vice Chancellor Ryan Storm. Ryan?
Thank you, Steve. As requested in September, we prepared detail for the board on the CSU budget. The goal is to provide you with a better understanding of the current funding that we collect and spend. Our discussion will begin with the $8.5 billion total budget, which includes basically everything. Generally, this includes the core activities of the university, such as classroom instruction, student services, financial aid, and it also includes enterprise activities, such as parking, housing, and health centers. We will then discuss a subset of that total budget known as the support budget. The $5.4 billion support budget includes the core functions of the university only. Those are such things as classroom instruction, student services, and financial aid. The support budget is about 70% of the total budget. Then we will discuss the action item before you today, which is a request by the board to the governor and legislature for additional funding to support the university. It is the $343.7 million support budget request for the 17-18 year. At the last meeting, we previewed a preliminary support budget request. Your comments in September shaped the final support budget request that we will discuss in more detail a little later. To be clear, your action today on the support budget request does not include action on tuition. Also, we will review some background information to help your discussions on a possible tuition increase. We'll bring it to the board as an information item in January. We'll begin with the total budget. This slide provides context for our discussion today, which is to start broadly with our total budget and then to more narrowly focus on the support budget. This slide displays $8.5 billion of total budget expenses from all sources arranged by category of expense. We reported at prior board meetings that a majority of our annual total budget expenses are for employee salaries and benefits. In this case, 55% of the total budget is dedicated to those two categories. Financial aid accounts for 9% of total expenses, as do debt payments, which not only include bond payments for buildings and infrastructure, but also for short and long-term leases and debt. The remaining 27% of the total budget expenses in dark blue is made up of contractual services, supplies, equipment, building repair and renovation, and several other categories. Many of those categories were the focus of the procurement and administrative effectiveness presentation by Mr. Relier and Mr. Kasuba earlier this morning. So this slide displays the total budget revenue from all sources arranged by type. Tuition and fees include system-wide tuition, campus-based fees, non-resident tuition, and extended education fee revenue, among others. The general fund appropriation is from the state and includes both operating and capital appropriations. Debt proceeds include revenue from short-term and long-term bond financing for capital projects and refinancings. Sales and services include revenue from housing, parking, campus, union, athletics, and other activities. And other income includes lottery, cost recover, among others. Lastly, gifts, grants, and contracts includes federal, state, and non-governmental grants, as well as private contributions. We just finished looking at the total budget. We'll now focus on that smaller piece, the support budget. This table shows the support budget displayed by expense category. Overall, salaries and benefits make up 68% of the support budget. Financial aid is 11%. The remaining 21% of the support budget is a variety of expenses such as supplies, debt payments, contractual services, and utilities. Within the context of the remainder of this presentation, the net support budget shown here represents the base before any of the incremental augmentations envisioned in the 17-18 support budget request. Another way to provide context on the support budget is to consider our expenses relative to comparison institutions. This chart displays support budget expenses per student over the most recent 5 years as reported by the federal government. Again, support budget expenses include the classroom instruction, academic support, administration, scholarships, and fellowships. For the most recent year, average CSU support budget expenses per student were approximately 30% below the comparison institution average. And I will point out here that the comparisons institutions that you saw in the prior presentation are the same ones we are using here. Anticipating Trustee White's question already. The CSU spends less on administration than the average of the same comparison institutions. This chart displays administrative expenses per student over the most recent 5 years as reported by the federal government. For the most recent report year, CSU support budget administrative expenses per student were approximately $1,100 lower than our comparison institutions, continuing a long-standing pattern. Now we will focus on the proposed 17-18 support budget request. Please recall that this is a board request to the state to incrementally augment our support budget in the upcoming fiscal year. Now this slide provides an overview of the priority areas identified in the support budget request. These priorities are the same as you saw at the September meeting. The dollar figures, however, have been refined and are more precise. Also, more detailed information can be found in the proposed 17-18 support budget request in your materials. Let's walk through each briefly. Over the course of this first year of the Graduation Initiative 2025, campuses will need to spend at least $75 million to benefit all students to get to degrees sooner. Those efforts will improve four-year graduation rates for first-time freshmen, two-year graduation rates for transfer students, and close achievement gaps. Equally important is that the Graduation Initiative 2025 efforts will benefit our students who intentionally lengthen time to degree to balance family, education, and work commitments. It is anticipated that the bulk of this funding would be used to offer more course sections. The ambitious goals of Graduation Initiative 2025 will put the CSU on path to graduate 500,000 additional new students by 2025 and demonstrates our determination to do our part to ensure California has the college-educated workforce it needs. One aspect of Graduation Initiative 2025 requires that we enroll more students. In support of student enrollment, the plan represents a 1% increase in full-time equivalent students. This increase would allow for growth in the average unit load for continuing students in support of graduation rate goals and a steady new number of students admitted and served. This would cost approximately $38.5 million and would allow for growth of approximately 3,600 full-time equivalent students. The first compensation line represents compensation commitments made in collective bargaining agreements and total an estimated $139.1 million. The second compensation line is a recent estimate that would make available $55.1 million for collective bargaining units with open contracts in 2017-18. This also includes funding for non-represented employee groups. We believe we have set aside a reasonable amount for this. There are numerous examples on every CSU campus of facility and infrastructure needs. Under ideal bond market conditions, dedicating $10 million of recurring funds in 17-18 would finance approximately $150 million of needed infrastructure projects. And $26 million would be used to meet anticipated mandatory costs that the university must pay regardless of available state funds. These costs include recent increases to employee benefits, operations and maintenance of newly constructed space, as well as new costs associated with state and federal wage laws. Together, these investments in CSU total $343.7 million. So here's a takeaway for the slide. These elements represent the board's values and priorities, and in adopting the 17-18 support budget request, you are requesting the state to join you, both in values and in funding, in investing more in the educational endeavors of our 470,000 students. Also, as fiduciaries, you have the obligation to let the state know the true needs of the university to not only support our students, but the needs of California. And here is the revenue side of the proposed support budget request. It is anticipated that the governor's January budget proposal will propose a funding commitment of $157.2 million. In addition, we receive more funding from the state than what we anticipate from the governor. We could increase our overall enrollment by 1%. If that were to happen, those additional students will pay tuition, and we will estimate that would yield $18.8 million of new revenue. Together, these anticipated revenue sources would generate $176 million. Please note, if the state does not provide more funding than the amount anticipated from the governor, we'll be limited to only covering existing compensation, any portion of our mandatory costs. So taking the totals from the prior two slides and including them here, we can see the total incremental expenditures exceed total anticipated revenue. As a result, there is a funding gap of $167.7 million in the support budget request. I point out that the board provides the chancellor each year the authority to make decisions to balance any gap between the support budget request funding priorities and available resources. And we expect success in our budget advocacy efforts this year. But we also must be prepared for the possibility that the support budget request may not be fully funded. Consequently, we must keep open the additional options for a possible tuition adjustment, as well as limiting new investment in the priorities of the support budget request. I cannot stress enough that our first highest priority and commitment is to fully fund the support budget request through a state appropriation increase. It is our goal to avoid any possible tuition adjustment. If we are successful with the state, we can avoid this difficult option. And for that effort with the state, we will mobilize you, the trustees, as well as students, faculty, staff, business, union leaders, and friends to help make the compelling case. This effort has already begun. In the event we are not fully funded by the state, we started the consultation process in late September on the difficult option to consider an increase in tuition for fall 2017. Due to statutory requirements, enrollment processes, and our values of being open and transparent, the chancellor, vice chancellors, and key staff began our initial consultation in September with students. This was followed by 2 meetings with the California State Association Executive Committee in October and the full CSSA board earlier this month. It could be concluded that each of these approximately 2-hour-long meetings were constructive in the exchange by CSSA executive leadership, student leaders, the chancellor, vice chancellors, and Chancellor's Office staff were professional and informative. We look forward to our continuing conversations with students. To adequately prepare for a possible tuition proposal, the plan is for the board to consider an information item at the January 2017 meeting and the board to consider action on the possible tuition proposal at the March 2017 meeting. Ultimately, the point here is to provide the CSU and its many stakeholders time to thoroughly review and discuss the proposal. If an adjustment to tuition is necessary, the potential tuition increase would not exceed $270 per resident undergraduate student for the academic year. Similar potential tuition increases are proposed for non-resident tuition, as well as graduate, doctoral, and teacher credential programs. Please note that any tuition adjustment would help fund only a portion of the university's support budget request. Also, if there's a need to adjust tuition, we will ensure that California students who have the greatest financial need and who qualify for financial aid from a family making less than $70,000 per year will not be impacted by that adjustment. In conclusion, the proposed 2017-18 support budget request augmentation provides for the needs of CSU students in the state of California. In particular, it provides the first critical installment of funding for Graduation Initiative 2025, funding that will benefit all students working toward a degree. And because of that, and the value this institution provides the Golden State, there is no better investment that the governor and legislature can make than investing in our students and the future of the state of California. Staff recommends approval of the 2017-18 support budget request. And again, this does not include an action on tuition. This ends our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ryan, thank you very much. Members, open it up to questions now. I have Trustee Campbell, Stepanek, and Eisen.
Thank you, Ryan. Just I was just doing quick back of the page calculation, looking at that if we do have to do the tuition increase for approximately, what, 200,000 students, less than half of our students would be impacted. I'm trying to get some sense of, and that would provide, I'm guessing, around 50 million. Is that?
Well, I think a rough ballpark, since when you're talking about the annual fee report that I provided earlier, I reported that about 61% of our students have their tuition fully covered. So that means that the balance, about 39%, would be affected by a tuition increase. The other thing too is that on our estimate, in terms of what type of net revenue we would expect to generate from the tuition proposal I described here, it's about $77.5 million.
Okay. So it would be less than half of what our gap is currently. Okay, and then another question I had was...
Trustee Campbell, could I just put one more piece of information in your back of the envelope math? Is that in California in 2015, which is the most recent data, the median family income in California is $70,000, $187. The median. So that means 50% or less than that, 50% or more. The average is $61,230. So puts our $70,000 or less position in what California's median and average income is in context. I just want you to have that as you do your higher order mathematics.
That's and then I just had a question when the graphic, the pie chart showing the benefits at 17% and salaries and wages at 38%. I'm wondering, have we done any projections on the increases in the benefits with regard to health care and pension, like going out, 10 years? Because I'm assuming that's really going to be troublesome and get bigger.
Yeah, we haven't done an analysis of that. I will direct you, though, towards the California or CalPERS, I guess. Can't remember the full name of the organization, but largely what that entity does is it negotiates our healthcare costs, and it also establishes retirement contributions that we would contribute, and also receive some funding from the state to provide that. So, so generally they have a lot of that data available to them, and I will say that a lot of, in terms of those two pieces, healthcare and retirement, generally speaking, actually speaking, we, in our support budget request and in our support budget, must fund those healthcare costs, whatever is negotiated and determined by the CalPERS board. In retirement, it's a little bit trickier, but generally speaking, the state of California passes through monies to the CSU to help cover those costs if they are growing, and at this point they are still growing, with a small marginal amount that we as a system need to pick up because of a policy change that was done a few years ago. But generally speaking, we own the costs and have to cover the cost of any healthcare adjustments, and the state of California largely covers the cost of any retirement for us going forward.
So, but the healthcare part is on us.
It is.
And
yes.
so it'd be interesting if there are those numbers to kind of see where we'd be in 10 years.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Trustee Stepanek and then Trustees Eisen, White, and Reyes Salinas.
Thank you. I have two questions. And the first question somewhat builds on Trustee Campbell's first question. So we have this supplemental request, and let's say that we do get the anticipated semi-promised revenue, the $176 million, and we're left trying to cover the rest. And we end up deciding that we do put in some sort of tuition increase. The calculation basically is if tuition increase does not cover that remaining amount, what's the next step? What do we cut? That's question one.
It's $1 million question, isn't it? Or maybe a $90 million question. Well, I think it's a little premature to start jumping in and figuring out what those cuts would be, what type of curtailment we would be. I mean, it obviously is there's going to be a lot of time between now and the final budget decisions that the state makes. We are here today to ask for your approval of the request that goes to the state. We still have the governor pulling together his final budget proposal. We have the legislature making decisions. There's a lot of advocacy work between here and then. And so I think right now, I mean, we're 8 months in, ahead of the game in terms of answering that question.
Good answer. The other question, also somewhat similar to Trustee Campbell, but it's a little different angle. For the first two pie charts, when we're talking about the big picture, there is, in the one for expenses, 9% financial aid, and then we're talking about 40% for the next one is tuition coming in. How does SUGS, State University Grants, that's always a fun thing to try to calculate how it fits. How does it fit for those two pie charts? I mean, is the 9% financial aid SUGS, or is it something else?
Yeah, it would generally be SUG, yes.
Okay, and then for the tuition, how are we calculating that tuition for that pie chart?
I think it would be under the tuition and fee percentage there on the expenditure pie, under the larger maroon pie shape there. So,
okay, thank you.
Okay, Trustees Eisen, White, and then Reyes Salinas.
I have also a couple of questions regarding the charts. The first pie chart that Trustee Campbell was referring to, where benefits were 17%, it shows that debt payments are 9%, and then on the following chart, it shows that debt proceeds are 9%. And quantitative reasoning was not a GE requirement when I went to school. So I don't know if that's a coincidence or if that is always the case, that debt proceeds and debt payments will be the same.
I'm not sure if I can answer that particular question, whether it historically has aligned perfectly in that way. But these are 2015-16 figures, and so I'd have to go back and research what that split is between those two going back.
So okay, so it's not just an offsetting on the balance sheet. You bring in X for when you borrow money, and you therefore owe the same amount, and therefore they're equal.
To a large extent, but sometimes those can be fractions apart, I think, generally speaking, because we're talking about revenue that comes in and then expenditures going out. So I think it's generally close, but in any given year it could be slightly one way, higher in one and lower than another. But we could get back to you with some more information on that to give you the firm numbers.
Okay.
Trustee Eisen, I think you're right. I mean, it's close for a reason. Depending on the year, it could be off more because these are really two separate processes. One process has to do with the timing of the bond sale, and that will then generate, a certain amount of cash. That may not line up perfectly with as you're dispersing that on construction projects. Now, on these charts, it's right on target, but you could have a year where those are not in sync, and so you're getting the cash faster than you're dispersing it, or the other way around.
Okay.
But they'll always be, they should be fairly
Okay.
close.
Good. Adam told me to ask that question because he was,
It was a
he was
good
embarrassed
question.
to ask it himself. All right. My next question has to do with the next pie chart, which shows that the general fund appropriation is 31%, tuition and fees 40%. I have a recollection, fairly vivid, that when I came onto the board, we always were told they're basically the same. The state puts in X, tuition puts in X, and then there's another 20% that is from someplace else. But according to this chart, they're not both X anymore. Tuition exceeds the general fund appropriation. When did that happen?
Well, that's the challenge with this presentation. One of the things that we were tasked with providing you is a picture of our total budget, which is basically everything. And a lot of times what we have been presenting to you in when we're talking about the support budget, our advocacy with the state, with the request, the support budget request, we're talking specifically about the support budget, the core educational component of the university's budget. So here what you have is you have all of the revenues that are being collected for housing, for parking, for extended education, all of those kind of enterprise activities are folded in here in terms of revenue. That also includes your regular tuition, campus-based fees, and those sorts of things. When we talk about the support budget, what you've seen, and when you came on very early on, was this discussion of where are we in terms of state appropriation versus tuition and fees. And we have shown the board many times in the past where it used to be an 80-20 split down to a 70-30, and then at the depths of the recession, it was a more 50-50. Now, one thing that we're trying to do is we're trying to take apples and compare to apples and compare oranges and oranges. So when we're talking about the support budget request, when we've talked about in the past about a 55 to a 45% split, we're talking about the support budget. But what this pie chart is showing you is total budget. So that includes all of your enterprise revenues and all of those sorts of things. So general fund's always going to be basically the same dollar figure in both of these pie charts or both of these depictions. The difference is going to be whether you're folding in all of enterprise activity revenues or not. And so I hope that helps clarify. I may have spoken a little bit too long and spun it around on you, but in this particular case, because we are also including all the revenue that are collected for housing and food service and parking, all that sort of thing, it does make that piece of the pie bigger in this particular depiction on the total budget.
But is it the bottom line that this institution, the revenues that are needed to support this institution, only 31% of that comes from the state of California?
Yes, if you're looking at the entirety of the budget, yes.
One last question. Am I right that according to the administrative expenses charts that we have essentially been holding administrative expenses steady for the last 5 years, and same with total expenses, especially compared to our comparator institutions?
I think generally you can say that that's the case. These figures are also adjusted for inflation, so there's a little bit of math calculated in there, but generally speaking, if you're comparing across the years, we have been.
Okay, thank you.
Very well. Let's go trustees White, Reyes, Salinas, and Campbell.
Thank you. All right, well, I have a comment and then a quick question or call to action maybe. I am not an expert on financial aid, and so I want to make sure I ask this question rather than make assumptions about how this would work with a possible tuition increase. So we know that about approximately 61% of our students receive full financial aid coverage of their tuition. Is that correct? All right, and so we know that 61% of students would continue to be covered even with this potential tuition increase.
That's our estimate at this point, yes.
That's our estimate.
Yeah.
I know the Pell Grants, we know they would be covered, but there may be some who don't have Pell who have other coverage. Mm-hmm. I just want to make sure, because we say that this I don't want to say too easily that this won't affect those students, because what I'm assuming here is that even if their tuition is covered by this amount of financial aid they get, that would be approximately up to $270 less per year to go towards textbooks, food, gas if they're a commuter student. So my assumption here is that the amount of financial aid wouldn't increase. It would still cover their tuition, but it would be $270 or so less for other necessities. Is that correct?
If we're talking about those students who have their tuition completely covered by financial aid, we don't anticipate that that percentage of students is going to change materially. Right. And because of predominantly three major programs. The first is the Cal Grant program. So the way that the state program works at the Cal Grant level is that if tuition, whatever tuition is at a university, at the university system, the state will cover that cost. So there will be costs that will be borne by the state of California if our tuition were to increase.
Right.
The other big program that we have is the state university grant. And what we do here is, obviously, if a student is a recipient of this SUG, then their tuition will continue to be waived. So there's no material impact there. The other factor is that students have their tuition fully covered by a Pell Grant. The maximums, and that's the maximum of a Pell Grant award has increased a little bit, and it won't even reach the maximum of the total tuition picture that we are proposing here. So theoretically, the biggest pieces of financial aid that are available to students are going to effectively cover any sort of tuition increase that you are considering in the future.
Right. Thank you so much for that clarification about the three main financial aid covers there. So it sounds to me like these are mostly waivers that cover the tuition. So this isn't a check that our students get, and suddenly they'll have $270 less of that check to spend. These are generally waivers that are covering their tuition costs. Is that correct?
Yeah, for this state university grant, that's the case.
Right.
With the Cal Grant and Pell Grant, there's actually money that is delivered from the state and federal governments to the CSU in order to cover those costs for those students.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure when we were talking about that 61% or whatever the percentage will be that won't be affected by this, that they wouldn't be in a way indirectly affected by having $270 or X amount of dollars less to spend on those necessities like food and textbooks and gas to get to school. So thank you for clarifying. It'll be a different avenue. And I actually do have one comment just to speak about one section of our support budget request of that 1% full-time equivalent student increase. This is something I'm so passionate about. I never expected to really be passionate about, but we as a system are turning away thousands of eligible students every single year. Thousands. And it's absolutely shocking to me. And it's not through the fault of the CSU or anyone at this table or at this room. Those are restrictions that were placed on us because of finances, really sadly, that are stopping people from having access to education. And it's just almost inconceivable to think of how my life would be different if I hadn't been accepted to the CSU, because I wasn't really planning on going to college. I did well in high school, I did fine, but I didn't have the self-confidence or the plan for my life that I thought I needed to go to college. And so I thought, well, I'll work full-time, I'll get good tips as a waitress, which I'd done through high school, and I truly thought that was my potential. And there's nothing wrong with waitressing or working food service or doing any of those jobs, which I did for many years. But I really thought that was my choice. And if the CSU hadn't been an option for me, if there hadn't been a campus half an hour away, if there hadn't been a campus that accepted me, because I couldn't afford to move away, I lived at home, I don't know what I would have done. It's truly inconceivable to think of how different my life would be. And so I then think of those thousands of eligible students who were turning away. And it truly breaks my heart because that could have easily been me. And why was I so lucky? And so it's heartbreaking, actually, thinking about tuition, possible increases, but especially thinking about students who are being turned away before they even get to the door, who have truly done everything right. These are not people at the bottom of the barrel who are being turned away. They're perfectly eligible, perfectly prepared, did everything right students. And this may not have been a backup school for them that they're being turned away from. I applied to one school and one school only. And if I hadn't gotten it, I would not have gone on to college. I would not be 21 years old in a master's degree program. I certainly wouldn't be at this table. And so when I think of the thousands of perfectly prepared, ready, and ambitious students who don't have the option that I had, I feel incredibly blessed and also incredibly guilty. And I want to make sure that we are so united in our cause for the students who are in the system, the students who should be but weren't. Because I don't know where they go when they're turned away. I don't think we have a way of tracking that. I don't know if we have that data. But I know I wouldn't have reapplied. I would be working full time. I considered going to beauty school because there was one down the street. And those were literally my options, and those are the options of so many of our students. And there's nothing wrong with those options. But if you wanted to go to college and you did everything right, we have to meet you where you are. And I hope that the state of California hears that, because we know that the PPIC has reported that by 2030, there will be a gap of 1.1 million jobs that need a bachelor's degree, and a gap of over 1 million people who don't have a bachelor's degree. So looking at our state from an economic standpoint, from a tech standpoint, half of Apple's employees, by the way, are CSU graduates. I didn't know that before. That's pretty darn cool. And also from an artistic standpoint of all the amazing artists that we produce from our universities. The state of California can truly make no better investment on any front than in the CSU and its students. And so just speaking as a student who could have easily not been a student here, I am excited and ready and prepared to take this journey to Sacramento. I intend to get fully funded this year and every year after. And I'm very excited to be doing this with you. So thank you to everyone who works with and for our students. It's going to be a big year, and I'm really blessed to be a part of it.
Thank you, Trustee White. Trustees Reyes, Salinas, Campbell, and then Carney.
I think Maggie just took the words out of my mouth with that comment, but I do want to thank Vice Chancellor Relier, Ryan Storm, and Chancellor White for coming to Channel Islands and speaking to CSA and all of our students, and really being able to answer those tough questions that we all had. When I was a freshman back in 2010, going into my sophomore year, we had the same problem for potential tuition increase, and it was approved by the Board of Trustees. And we had problem that, to be honest, saved me from being able to continue my education my sophomore year, or else I wouldn't have stayed in the system. We unfortunately don't have that privilege right now. And as we continue with presentations, I think it really shows that we really need to take this completely seriously in our levels of advocacy and the need we need to be together, not only with our staff, with our trustees, but with our students. We need to stand in solidarity with them, be with them in the front lines, go to Sacramento, lobby with them, and show that we genuinely care for our students, because I don't think they feel that right now. And if I wasn't in this privileged position, I would probably feel the same way. Lastly, I think by us standing together, it will send a clear message not only to the legislature, but all of us, that we are a united front. And that's what the CSU is. We're a family, and we can get through this. Thank you.
Great. Let's go to the trustees Campbell, then Carney, and Fagan.
I have to have a comment and a question.
Microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Microphone.
Going back to what Chair Eisen said about the total budget, because I feel like that's the first time I've ever heard that $8.5 billion figure, so I'm still wrapping my head around that. I was thinking the $5 billion. So that's a lot more. And then looking at the chart of balance, the general fund, and then tuition and fees, I think Becky was asking, that seems so much, our part seems so much greater than when you look at the $5 billion, right? But I'm assuming, although there's less state money, it's, if you were to go back in time, we've always had the entire big ball was always bigger. So that different ratio has always been there. I'm correct. I'm just, because I've never seen that number. It was kind of
Yeah, I mean, if you went back in time and we recreated these pie charts, you would see a smaller share of tuition and fees, and you would see a larger share of general fund.
Okay.
Just because back in the 80s and 90s and even early 2000s, we were super majority sorts of percentages in terms of the general fund supporting the university. I think one challenge, like I said before, is really trying to give you that total budget picture about how everything looks, and then because we've always shown you kind of like the support, the core part of the educational component. And so I apologize for us confusing the situation. It was a very hard presentation to pull together, just in terms of trying to provide you that context. But generally speaking, when we're talking about just the support budget and that core educational component of our budget, we are at that 55-45 split, where 50% of that support budget is supported by the state of California, and about 45% is by student tuition and fees.
Well, I appreciate getting knowing the total budget in my personal life and here. So, thank you.
It's particularly helpful to be able to have Ron the picture, right? Because what happens in the classroom, of course, is paramount, but a student's success, student's life on campus as a student includes what goes on in the residence halls, includes what goes on in the student union. And those are outside of tuition fees and general funds. So part of their experience really is reflected in the 8.5, not just the support budget. Right. Great. Thank you.
Trustee Taylor, Trustee
please,
Cabell, if I
Chancellor.
could just ask Ryan, make sure that I'm correct here. I think I am, but I always know my limits. It's very important for the record to be clear that these resources that come outside of the operating budget, in other words, the delta between the 8.5 and the 5.7 or whatever the number is, those are restricted revenues. They can't be used for things other than housing, other than debt payment, whatever the case may be. And so I just don't want any confusion out in the public that we've got $3 billion sitting here that we could be directing towards the graduation initiative or some other entity. Ryan, just say it perhaps more clearly than I am. It's a very important distinction of restricted, dedicated funds for some of those operational things, that parking, but that they cannot be used for the academic enterprise directly.
You're absolutely correct.
Very well. Let's go. Trustees. Oh, I'm sorry. You finished, Lily? Yes. Okay. Let's go to Trustees Carney and then Fagan.
Thank you. I hear the Chancellor's point about this chart on total budget revenue, but the other thing that it demonstrates that I've never seen this chart before either, is the extent to which the financial burden has really been shifted to the students and away from the state. Because when we just look at the support budget, the state share is always somewhat higher than the student share. But when you look at the total budget, it really demonstrates that. And I think it should be included in the report that's sent to the administration and the legislature so that they understand this too. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Trustees Fagan and then Stepanek.
Ryan, few questions. How did you determine the proposed tuition increase percentage? How did you come up with that number?
Well, I think it's both a little bit of science and a little bit of art. I think the first piece is when you're crafting a budget and trying to develop the budget priorities for the university, you have to figure out what needs to be invested in, right? We've walked through all those categories: compensation, new enrollment, graduation initiative 2025, those sorts of things. And you also have those pieces that you can, fairly confidently anticipate. You have those pieces from the governor's administration. We're thankful to him for having telegraphed those sorts of amounts for us so that we can somewhat plan for that going forward. You also have that tuition revenue from new enrollments. But then it becomes kind of that art factor, right? So you've detailed out your priorities, you've detailed out what your potential revenues are, and then it becomes the value of all those other values, trying to keep the university affordable for students. You could have said that the proposed amount was $100 per academic year. You could have said it was $1,000 per year. Obviously, it could go as high as filling the entire gap in terms of that tuition proposal. But I think one of the things in terms of the art side of this is trying to put out there a proposal in which we think that the state has historically helped bridge our budget gap in the past, which was in 15-16 about $100 million, right? So they were able to bring money to the table on top of what the governor had proposed. In addition to that, you have this situation where we're trying to keep things affordable to students. Now, is $270 a magical number? Is $260 a magical number? Is $280 a magical number? Not necessarily, right? What we're trying to do is we're trying to provide you the options. So going forward, you have the option to employ this option of a possible tuition increase in the event that the state is unwilling to provide the full balance of the funding for the university. Obviously, our first priority, as we stated before, was to really go all out in terms of getting that gap completely filled by the state. I hope that's helpful.
So actually the trustees could adjust it if we want.
When you have an information item in January and also a potential action item in March, correct?
On the line is the $10 million, $10 million for infrastructure and construction. Does that include SRBs or just out-of-pocket stuff, not self-support?
It doesn't include self-support. The idea here would be that it would be used for the central campus, the campus that was built by the state of California, right? So it'd be all the infrastructure sorts of things, and then also any state facilities, traditional state facilities. So those are your academic buildings.
This would be new construction.
Not necessarily. Vi, do you want to jump in here? And
it could be new construction or renovation. The trustees' priority is to fund infrastructure first, renovation, and then growth in that order.
So, and it's the debt service on 150 million bonds. Is that right?
That's right.
So, if interest rates increase or markets change or something, could that 10 million become a greater obligation on the CSU's part?
I think what it will end up.
Hi, to your question, Trustee Fitt, Robert Eaton, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Finance and Treasury Management. We would secure the bonds at the time of issuance so that the outstanding debt service is no greater than the 10 million if we were using that. So what would happen is if rates go up, the amount of the proceeds that we are able to get from the bond sale would go down. The 10 million stays fixed. That obligation would not increase over time.
I would say, though, Robert, don't we, when we have trustee authorization, we assume a much higher level of interest rate currently exists in the market?
We do. Typically what we've done actually on SRB projects, which are self-support, we always add a cushion. We assume a much higher interest rate. That gives us flexibility to work within the bond market. In this case, we have a payment or an allocation from the trustees that is actually fixed. Then what we do is we actually assume a generous not to exceed. We actually assume if rates go lower, then we could actually issue more against that. So that's how our not to exceed amounts are structured. They're generally higher than expected on these types of, for the academic infrastructure and so forth.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment on the issue of tuition. I think all of us are concerned, obviously, about that kind of burden on the students. At the same time, I know most businesses increase their rates, even in a low inflation environment, more than every 6 years. So we can certainly understand the need for that. At the same time, we heard a really great presentation about the effectiveness of efficiencies on costs. And one thing that doesn't pop out in this initial presentation is a discussion of what potential cuts could be looked at as far as programs. The only real reference in that presentation is almost, it's not a one-for-one exactly, but it kind of says, if we can't get this tuition increase, we're going to have to look at graduation initiative reductions or elimination. And so budgets are about choices, And if we have, $5 billion, I'm not advocating necessarily a zero-based budgeting, but I would think it would be an interesting exercise to say, okay, what choices do we have if we decide not to do the tuition increase as proposed or reduced? Are there other things that reasonably could be looked at? Any cuts obviously hurt a lot, because I think everything that's being done is all in the interest of our ultimate goal of providing an excellent, affordable education for as many students as possible. But I would just ask or hope that maybe when it becomes an information item, there's a little bit of discussion of some realistic options on that. And I realize there may be a little bit of a political difficulty on the timing of that, so within reason, but just want to raise that at this point. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Trustee Fagan. Members, if it's all right, we'll go Trustee Stepanek, then Trustee Day, and then I'll query the committee if we're ready to call for a vote.
What I have is a follow-up question having to do with the pie chart on the revenue, and maybe this will help try to provide a little bit of clarity, but it is leading to a question. I mean, basically, when you look at that pie chart, the top parts, the small ones, that's all from auxiliary organizations. But something we haven't really talked about too much is that debt proceeds, 9%. In part, isn't that from some of the debt refinancing that we went through with the state? That in the past, we'd be more looking at the 31% general funds plus 9% and kind of saying that we have a 40% structure there that's kind of indirectly state funds. I'm trying to get back to the idea that in the past we've always talked about it being about a 50-50. And it's the question, what does the 9% do?
So if I understand your question and I don't recall the chart, I can't remember if it was a 9% expenditure or revenue. I think it was 9% expenditure. And that's
Let me interrupt you, Robert. Why don't multimedia, if you could put slide number 5 up there.
In this case, debt proceeds, this should be the amount of revenues that have either been allocated by the trustees out of annual budgets, or if this is on the, I don't know if this is for the total CSU or just the support budget. If it's total CSU budget, then it would also include revenues that are generated by system-wide revenue bonds. So debt proceeds typically are not categorized as revenues.
But it is on total budget, so what Robert's speaking to is accurate then.
Okay. That answer your question? All right. In that case, we will go to Trustee Day.
I'd just like to thank and compliment the Chancellor and staff for doing a very thoughtful, rational, research-based process for what is really a sensitive subject. I think at the end of the day, advocating Sacramento needs to be our first, second, and third priority, obviously for all of the reasons that other trustees have spoken to. But we also have to recognize at the end of the day that we're not operating a business, but we're operating an entity here that has costs. And if costs increase, there's only two ways to make ends meet. You either increase your revenues or you reduce your costs. So budgets are a reflection of our priorities and our policies. And so I think, most importantly, I think the Chancellor for teeing up this discussion in such a way that not only preserves but expands the trustees' discretion and abilities to consider all options. On the one extreme, you could consider a higher tuition, I guess, as an option, but I don't think that's really anyone's choice. Or we can, on the other extreme, consider significant costs. But one takeaway for me at the end of the day is slide 11. You know, if we just do nothing, because really no one is talking about cutting salaries after we've had such success renegotiating our contracts, especially with faculty, and our fixed costs. Just locking in those figures, the governor's initial proposal doesn't even cover that cost, not to mention discussion of graduation initiative or enrollment growth, which are all very important policies to consider. So, and the implications thereof. So I just want to compliment the staff for doing a good job. It doesn't make our jobs any easier. It makes it more difficult, but it brings the the discussion to a point, and I think everyone needs to continue to lock arms and advocate together in Sacramento, students, faculty, staff, and to compliment the presidents as well for, I know, putting these budgets together are very challenging and difficult on each campus. So they require a lot of difficult choices, but that's all I wanted to add.
Great. Thank you, Trustee Day. Members, unless there are really any burning additional questions or comments, I'd like to bring this particular matter up for a vote. Again, the approval of the 2017-18 support budget is an action item before the Committee on Finance. Only committee members may vote at this time. May I have a motion? Have a motion? May I have a second? Very well. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed or abstentions? The item entitled Approval of 17-18 Support Budget Request is approved. We have one more item in the committee. Let's move to item number 6. It's an action item as well, seeking conceptual approval of a public-private partnership with the Los Angeles Football Club, not the Rams, thank goodness, to develop a performance center at Cal State University, Los Angeles. This particular item will be presented by CFO Relier, CSU Los Angeles President Covino, and Assistant Vice Chancellor for Financing, Robert Eaton. Steve, please begin.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. This item requests the board's conceptual approval of a public-private partnership to allow the development of a new training performance center for the Los Angeles Football Club on the Cal State University Los Angeles campus. President William Covino will now provide an overview of how this project will advance the campus mission. President Covino.
Thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Relier. Before the press begins the headline that Covino brings football back to Cal State LA, just to clarify, we're talking about football as an international term here. That is soccer, right? Cal State LA and the Los Angeles Football Club have found a mutually beneficial way to enhance the educational mission of Cal State LA. To locate their practice facility at Cal State LA, the Los Angeles Football Club will pay the full cost and maintenance of building playing fields on the campus and enhancing existing athletic areas. This will have the result of beautifying the campus by creating sorely needed green space and recreational areas for our students. Having a professional sports team at Cal State LA with an ownership group comprising leaders in multiple industries will also yield direct academic benefits to our students, including student internships with the organization, including internships with the football club owners, the Los Angeles Football Club participation in a new sports and athlete management program being developed by Cal State LA, clinical and practicum hours for nursing and kinesiology students at the team's performance center. Fundamentally, this project will enable Cal State LA to turn mostly idle and vacant space on our campus into a site for numerous educational opportunities. There will be no cost to the university. The project will create a great deal of excitement on our campus and will connect Cal State LA to partners who share a commitment to the students and communities of Los Angeles. The benefits of this partnership to Cal State LA and the region we serve will surely multiply over time. So we're very much looking forward to moving this partnership forward. And I now turn over the discussion to Assistant Vice Chancellor Eaton to provide some additional details of the proposed project.
Thank you, President Covino. The Los Angeles Football Club is a new expansion team of Major League Soccer founded in October 2014 by a diverse group of Los Angeles civic leaders and a team of global business and philanthropic individuals. The project proposes construction of one natural grass professional-sized soccer field and a new practice training facility for the Los Angeles Football Club on a 4-acre site along the university's northern boundary. The site is situated near student housing facilities and the campus north entrance on East Valley Boulevard. The project will include a 30,000 square foot building housing facilities for sports medicine, nutrition, training, and education, will include parking, and will be developed in accordance with campus environmental standards, including noise and lighting. The facilities will also be available for the Los Angeles Football Club Youth Academy, a free community-focused youth soccer program that has utilized existing Cal State Los Angeles facilities since the spring of 2016. The campus anticipates entering into a ground lease with the Los Angeles Football Club at fair market value, rent based upon an appraisal of the site, revenues from which will be used to support academic programs and other campus services. The Los Angeles Football Club will be responsible for financing, constructing, operating, and maintaining the facility in good condition during the term of the lease. The Los Angeles Football Club will also be responsible for costs associated with the environmental and entitlement processes in accordance with CSU requirements. As President Covino mentioned, no campus funds will be committed to the project. Site development will revert to Cal State Los Angeles upon termination of the lease. And in addition, the Los Angeles Football Club will provide additional funds for the maintenance of existing athletic fields. Prior to execution of any commitments for development and use of the property, all appropriate related actions and documents, including the proposed key business points of the finalized development plan, will be presented at future meetings for final approval by the Board of Trustees. Chair Tater, this concludes the presentation. We're happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Robert, Bill, and Steve, for the presentation. Members, thoughts, comments, questions, concerns on this particular conceptual approval? We have a move to approve. May I have a second? Any further discussion? Trustee Abrego.
A quick question. Will the field be accessible to the Associated Students Intramural Sports Clubs?
Yes, there will be provisions in which kind of a division of access to the field and will be available for student use.
Okay, thank you. Good.
Great. We have a motion and a second. At this time, I'd like to call for a vote. Seeing no additional questions. All in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Very well. The item entitled Conceptual Approval of the Public-Private Partnership Project at Cal State LA with the LA Football Club is approved. Chair Eisen, that concludes the business of the Committee on Finance.
All right. Thank you. We have time for another committee meeting. So Trustee Stepanek, can you please convene the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds?
Thank you, Chair Eisen. Will the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds please come to order? I note that no one has requested to address the Committee on Campus Building, Planning and Grounds during the public comment period today. So it is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Would any committee member wish to remove any of the items for separate discussion? Not hearing any, may I have a motion to approve all the items listed on the consent agenda? Who's on the committee? Do I need to call roll? Okay, we have a first and a second. Any opposed? Any? Everyone in favor of passing the consent agenda? Somebody say aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The items listed on the consent agenda are approved. Now on to the discussion agenda, which only has one item today. Item 4 is an action item seeking certification of the final environmental impact report and approval of the 2016 master plan revision for the student housing replacement project for California State Polytechnic University, Pomona. The item will be presented today by Steve Raley, the Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer, Soraya Coley, the President of Cal Poly Pomona, and Bai Saiwan, the Assistant Vice Chancellor of Capital Planning, Design, and Construction. Steve, would you please begin?
Thank you, Chair Stepanek. This action item requests certification of the final environmental impact report and approval of the campus master plan revision for the student housing replacement project for Cal Poly Pomona. President Coley will next introduce this project. President Coley.
Thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Aurelia. Cal Poly Pomona is known for its rural character despite being located within the metropolitan Los Angeles region. The need to replace existing student housing and dining commons is driven by the current location on the San Jose Fault. The buildings were built in the 1950s and 60s and have served the campus much longer than they were designed for. Even with over 1,600 acres, the options for siting the student housing replacement project were limited. The campus conducted an exhaustive land use study, which included workshops with students, faculty, and staff to help define program goals. This solution realigns Kellogg Drive to the east, allowing the student housing replacement project to be located in the heart of the residential precinct initially developed in 2003 when the first phase of residential suites was occupied. Locating the student housing replacement project near existing housing will amplify the precinct with first floor programming spaces located at the ground floor of the new facilities, creating an electrifying, active student life corridor with project rooms, multi-purpose spaces, and outdoor student engaging activity spaces supported by the close proximity of a new dining commons with a late-night dining option. Maintaining modern and safe housing facilities is important, as demonstrated by numerous national studies showing that students who live on campus are more engaged and perform better academically and behaviorally than those who do not. Graduation rates are higher, time to degree is improved, there's greater participation in co-curricular activities, and there are significant social and cultural benefits. Another benefit is the opportunity for the campus to follow through on a campus's affirmation from the Cal Poly Pomona Strategic Planning Guidelines to enhance effective acquisition, planning, and management of resources. I will now turn the presentation over to Vi.
Thank you, President Coley. This is the master plan map for the Cal Poly Pomona campus. It was last approved by the board in January of 2015. The existing residence halls are shown at the top in red, and the existing Kellogg Drive is shown in green. The proposed project proposes replacement housing of the existing residence halls and realignment of this green Kellogg Drive. This shows the proposed new alignment of Kellogg Drive connecting South Campus Drive to the southeast. The alignment will better connect replacement housing to the existing residential suites located adjacent to the proposed project. Next slide. The proposed master plan will locate replacement housing and dining commons facilities on the westernmost portion of the horse pasture, shown here in yellow. The relocation will provide a central housing neighborhood and have the housing closer to the library, Bronco Student Center, Bronco Recreation Center, and outdoor play fields. The CEQA analysis identified unavoidable significant impacts, even with mitigation measures of construction air quality impacts, impacts to aesthetics with the change from the horse pasture to an urban landscape, and historic impacts with the proposed demolition of the old residence halls. Staff recommends approval of the proposed master plan.
Okay, thank you, Vi, Soraya, and C for your presentation. The item titled California State Polytechnic University Pomona Student Housing Replacement Project Certification of the Final Environmental Impact Report and Approval of the 2016 Master Plan Revision is an action item before the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings, and Grounds. Only committee members may vote at this time. May I have a motion, please?
Move.
Do I have a second? Any additional discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The item titled California State Polytechnic University Pomona Student Housing Replacement Project Certification of the Final Environmental Impact Report and Approval of the 2016 Master Plan Revision is approved. Chair Eisen, that concludes the business of the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings, and Grounds.
Okay, we have to move to another community then. Joint Committee on Finance and Campus Planning, Buildings, and Grounds. Can you convene that joint committee?
You're just not letting me off the hook here before lunch. Thank you, Chair Eisen. Will the meetings of the Joint Committee on Finance and Campus Planning, Buildings, and Grounds please come to order? We will now hear public comment from those who signed up to address agenda items coming before the committee today. We have one speaker, Hector Fernandez. Would you please come to the microphone?
Hello, Mr. White, President and Trustees. I'm Hector Fernandez, Business Manager for SETC United. I have the pleasure of representing the hardworking trades workers who help keep 23 CSU campuses in operation. Some of the comforts we take for granted, such as turning on a classroom light, opening a door, having hot or cold air within the university, is what our members help to keep functioning on each campus. Many of our members have dedicated 20-plus years of service to the CSU. They have made the commitment to ensuring the students have a safe and comfortable environment to complete their education. We are here to express gratitude to the CSU for being proactive on the matter of deferred maintenance. Over the last 10 years, many campuses have realized the alarming rates of systems failing within their assets. The bond measure today is one avenue that will allow the campuses to address this billion-dollar concern. My main reason for speaking with you today is to bring awareness of what the members of SETC bring to our CSU campuses. Our members service the front lines of these assets. Day in and day out, they keep new and old functioning with limited resources due to the economic climate. We have seen staffing numbers shrink while campuses get bigger. We are expected to maintain more square footage with minimal staff and resources. Under this bond proposal, we believe a collaborative approach is essential to ensure the long-term viability of the CSU assets. We cannot stress enough the need to work collaboratively to ensure this bond measure is the stepping stone for deferred maintenance and the need for a long-term proactive plan. Our members know the assets and the CSU knows the finances. Working together, we can ensure the 23 campuses will stretch every dollar's potential into the future. One solution for a long-term plan is implementing a state-of-the-art preventative maintenance program. Working with the CSU, we can set the standard on how we transfer information on each asset under the campuses. With proper implementation, it will allow SETC and CSU to better plan the maintenance and replacement for each asset during its life expectancy. If we focus on preventative maintenance, the overall deferred maintenance costs will decrease over time as we become more proactive in our approach. We believe it takes a team effort to accomplish this goal of the accomplish the goal. With the commitment to graduation rates, continuing research grants, and maintaining high-quality facilities, SETC and CSU can work together to accomplish the vision. I believe we share the same vision for the CSU, which is to ensure we provide the best opportunity for students in the CSU. Making sure we provide top-notch facilities is where SETC fits into that vision. Andrew Carnegie expressed it best: teamwork is the ability to work together toward a common vision. I hope the CSU and SETC can learn from Mr. Carnegie and put his words into action for the successful long-term vision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. The first item on today's agenda is the approval of the minutes from our September 2016 meeting. Is there any objection to the approval of the minutes? Not hearing any, the minutes are approved. Now on to the discussion agenda, which has only one item. Item 1 is an action item, the approval of the 2017-2018 capital outlay program, the 2017-2018 through 2021-2022 5-year facilities renewal and improvement plan, and multi-year bond authorization. The item will be presented today by Executive Vice Chancellor Steve Rayleigh, Assistant Vice Chancellor Vi San Juan, Assistant Vice Chancellor Robert Eaton, and CSU Dominguez Hills President Willie Hagan. Steve, would you please begin?
Thank you, Chair Spanik. This item requests the board's approval of the university's capital program for the year 2017-18, approval of the 5-year facility renewal and capital improvement plan, and the multi-year financing plan that supports this item. As you know, limited funding was provided by the state of California to address the CSU's capital needs, and we have not had access to general obligation bonds or lease revenue bonds for the university. Therefore, we've been implementing a new financing program to address the changes in our authority to fund our renewal and facility needs. Having functional, adequate, and safe facilities are a necessary component for the success of our students. This proposal addresses many of the university's top building and infrastructure needs. In a moment, Assistant Vice Chancellor Vi San Juan will provide some background on the 5-year plan, and Assistant Vice Chancellor Eaton will outline a plan to finance roughly $750 million to $1 billion in academic building and campus infrastructure projects over a multi-year period. Today, we are asking for approval of this 2017-18 capital outlay plan, the program financing, and the 5-year plan. I will now ask Assistant Vice Chancellor Vi San Juan to start the presentation. Vi?
Thank you, Steve. As a result of the need to renew or replace aging and obsolete facilities and also accommodate enrollment growth, the campus requests for renewal and improvement funding in the 5-year plan approaches $12.6 billion. This is largely driven by the need for improvements to serve the academic program of about $7.4 billion, plus proposed self-support finance projects such as student housing and parking of $3.6 billion, and projects in the other category that includes donor-funded projects, solar energy power purchase agreements, and public-private partnerships of about $1.6 billion. The projects in the 5-year plan are the campus's highest priority projects to deliver the academic program and provide the institutional support facilities for our students. The plan is comprehensive, but due to limited funding, the board approves annual criteria that constrains the number of projects that campuses may submit. The breakdown of the funds requested in the 5-year plan, based on the trustees' approved categories, include $2.4 billion for critical infrastructure. This includes replacement of building systems such as ventilation and electrical systems, plumbing. It includes classroom renovations and accessibility improvements. $3.8 billion for modernization of facilities, which includes whole building renovations, including seismic strengthening and replacement buildings, and $6.4 billion to construct new buildings to accommodate additional students. The $6.6 billion in new buildings, for example, would increase classroom and laboratory space, student bed spaces, and parking spaces to accommodate enrollment growth. New this year to the 5-year plan is the report on deferred maintenance. We identify the campus's best estimate of the deferred maintenance backlog for academic buildings and the annual funding needed to address aging building systems. We also added deferred maintenance reporting to increase transparency and to capture the various fund sources used to address critical infrastructure needs. This includes the $60 million in state deferred maintenance funds appropriated in 2015-16 and 2016-17. In the forward 5-year plan, campuses are to designate reserves of $94 million to address deferred maintenance. This is low in comparison to our life cycle renewal model that estimates that campuses should be spending from $715 million to $1.5 billion if we're also to work not only on a scheduled renewal, but to reduce the deferred maintenance backlog. The report also shows the campuses are planning to designate reserves of $470 million to fund or co-fund improvements. This is in response to the trustees' criteria to encourage campus co-funding of capital projects to address facility needs. I expect next year we'll see greater parity between the split in these two numbers, as a renovated facility, which is showing up currently under the improvements, the $470 million, will also eliminate deferred maintenance. So there's some differences in the numbers, and some of the improvements really should be counted against deferred maintenance in a renovation of a full building. I'm happy for the improvements we've made to this 5-year facilities renewal and capital improvement plan to reflect the stewardship of all campus facilities. For next year, we'll work to improve sometimes disproportionate or uneven reporting across campuses and still need to better represent self-support facility renewal. This year, we also added estimates of our 5-year plan on the CSU carbon footprint. We added per project estimates of greenhouse gases and metric tons of carbon dioxide to result in a comparison at the end of the 5-year plan to the campus carbon reduction goals and as included in the 2014 sustainability policy approved by the board. For those campuses that want to participate in Solar Phase 4, the project, we have estimated the carbon reduction based on the estimated solar power generation. We also made broad assumptions based on the proposed project type, building square footage with a focus on the large projects. Based on these broad assumptions, we are projecting our emissions will be 6% below the board's 2020 goal for emission reductions. We have more work to do to achieve the board's 2040 goals, but are happy to report on progress to date. Now focusing on the 2017-18 action year. Of the $12.9 billion in the 5-year plan, the 17-18 action year alone, the campus request is over $1.9 billion. Of the $1.9 billion, the academic projects is over 1.6, self-support projects is 114 million, and other projects about 219, which are primarily the solar phase 4 projects, and some others also in the donor category. In order to address the academic facility deficiencies, we are proposing a multi-year capital financing plan using existing resources. In reflecting back to Assistant Vice Chancellor Ryan Storm's presentation on the development of the 17-18 support budget, this multi-year financing proposal does not assume the CSU receives the $10 million for infrastructure. In a moment, my colleague, Assistant Vice Chancellor Robert Eaton, will show how we propose to use existing resources to fund up to $1 billion in projects proposed in the 17-18 action year of the $1.6 billion requested by the campuses. The recommended priority list for 17-18 is included as Attachment A and is also in the capital outlay book. The priority proposes significant funds for infrastructure, followed by funds to furnish and equip 2 projects where we will be completed with construction soon, then funds for 2 projects where we've started design. New project starts to update or replace science building and support STEM education are proposed, about $190 million for seismic strengthening, and projects to support student collaboration space in the library. Campuses are approved for new buildings or large infrastructure projects in 2015-16, or those needing more time for program planning are recommended to receive a lower priority in 2017-18. I'll turn the presentation over to Robert.
Thank you, Vi. The main idea behind the multi-year capital financing plan we're presenting for approval today is to provide a source of funding for at least a portion of the academic projects presented in the 2017-18 capital outlay plan. By presenting a financing plan that takes a multi-year approach rather than a year-by-year approach, staff has greater flexibility in the debt to take of historically raised, and campuses can plan project implementation better, knowing that certainty of funding is increased. However, I think what is most notable about this plan is that it does not require additional funding from the board or from the state. The source of funding will come from available resources that have already been committed to capital purposes. Cash flow savings from the recent restructuring of State Public Works Board lease revenue bonds will serve as the basis for the plan, which calls for the use of up to $50 million per year to support debt issuance. This will still leave cash flow savings available for other priority needs of the California State University. Although the exceed amount requested today is $1 billion, the final amount of debt to be issued will be determined based upon interest rates at the time the debt is issued, and will be set at an amount so that the annual maximum debt service will not exceed $50 million. So the next several slides, what I want to do is give you a visual representation of how the plan will work. So with this chart, what I want to provide you with is some background on the capital funding picture over the next 35 years or so, prior to the restructuring of the State Public Works Board bond debt in March of this year. And the red line represents the funds available to meet capital funding obligations, mainly debt service on outstanding debt. This amount is presently $352 million. We then have the obligations against those funds. First in dark blue is the debt service on state general obligation bonds. Next in light blue is the debt service on State Public Works Board bonds, again, prior to the restructuring in March. And finally, in gray, we have $35 million in debt service commitments that the Board of Trustees authorized in 2014-15 and 2015-16, as well as a couple of other minor miscellaneous obligations. The white space below the red line represents available cash flow, and as you can see from the chart, there was limited funding room in the early years, but a lot of funding room out in the later years. One of the goals of the State Public Works Board bond restructuring in March was to free up room in those early years and shift some of the debt service obligation to the later years. So what I want to illustrate on this slide and the next is the impact of the State Public Works Board debt restructuring. Here we have in blue the aggregate obligations that I just referenced a moment ago prior to the restructuring, and the yellow line simply matches the level of the obligations for each year. With the restructuring, however, the level of the blue bars changed. And we can see the impact of the reduction measured against the old debt service profile still represented by the yellow line. More for capital funding freed up in the early years, illustrated by the additional white space below the yellow line, and a portion of debt service obligations have been shifted to the later years, represented by the blue bars that now exceed above or beyond the yellow line. The extra cash flow room created in the early years, along with the significant cash flow still available in the later years, serves as the basis for the multi-year financing plan. As I mentioned previously, the plan calls for utilizing up to $50 million per year to support debt issuance. The amount of debt we issue each year could vary depending upon market conditions and other factors. We could issue the debt evenly over 5 years, or we might choose to issue a greater amount of debt, even all of it, in the first year or two, depending on interest rate conditions. As an example, what I'm showing now, represented by the green additions, is the issuance of debt spread out evenly over 5 years. And what you have here is the final profile of the debt service obligations after the multi-year financing plan is fully implemented and the debt has been issued. And there are two things of note here. First, you can see that there are a couple of years in which the aggregate debt service exceeds the $352 million available in annual funds, again represented by the red line. In those cases, the plan calls for utilizing excess cash flows from prior years to meet the temporary shortfall in available annual funds. Second, even with the addition of $50 million in debt service per year, there are still significant levels of cash flow available for other Board of Trustee priorities, represented by the white space below the red line. That's a brief summary of the multi-year financing plan, and we are proposing this item. I would now like to ask President Willie Hagan from our Dominguez Hills campus to comment on the proposed 2017-2018 capital outlay program and the multi-year financing. President Hagan.
Thank you, Robert. As evidenced by the materials you received in today's presentation, the proposed capital outlay program and multi-year financing plan will significantly benefit facilities to serve our students. I have to say that it's in our capital programs in a very difficult situation. Plan provided by capital improvements not only reinvest in our aging infrastructure, but also includes funding to construct new facilities such as the new Center for Science and Innovation at California State University, Dominguez Hills. Thank you. Our existing science building was built 43 years ago in 1973 and is no longer sufficiently effective or efficient for teaching our students in the STEM fields. In fact, our current science building is below the level of quality of science facilities found in many of our local community colleges. The new facility will provide high-impact collaborative learning spaces for students interested in STEM and help us attract and retain STEM faculty. Last year, the CSU Board of Trustees allocated funds so we could begin schematic design for this important facility. The proposed financial plans for this project is critical to the future of CSU Dominguez Hills, and its approval will help us leverage the state funds with potential donors. And again, I want to thank Steve, Robert, and their staff for not only working to help the Dominguez Hills project, but I think all of the CSU campuses, all of our faculty, staff, and students will benefit by the, I think is a very brilliant strategic plan laid out for capital project development for the CSU system. So thank you.
Thank you, President Hagan, for those comments. Chair Stepanek, that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to address any questions that you or others may have at this time.
Thank you, Willie, Robert, Vi, and Steve for the presentation. Are there any questions or comments? Yes.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for a very clear presentation. 2 months ago at the board meeting, I frankly didn't know what you were talking about, but now I get it. And these slides were very, very helpful. So thank you. And then I have one, kind of minor question, but about the focus you're now putting on the self-support facilities. Surely in the budgeting for self-support facilities, we do have reserves for major maintenance items like roof replacements and HVAC equipment replacements and things like that, right? So this is just about really older facilities, maybe reaching the end of their life cycle?
That's correct. When we report to the board our backlog of deferred maintenance at the $2.6 billion, it has not included self-support. So right. Really to be more holistic on what that number is, and they do hold reserves for those, and you're just trying to make sure we've got the right amount of reserves based on those facilities.
Thank you.
Trustee Taylor, you have a question?
Thank you. I was looking through the list of projects on attachment A. Not sure what page that is, but in this particular item. I think I was surprised in the overall amount to see solar energy getting such a big chunk of the overall capital expenditures. Vi, remind me, is this as you know, there's good solar and there's bad solar, right? There's solar that can actually save you money and has the added benefit of being a green energy source. There's also solar that can cost you more money than what you're currently paying, which is a bad idea and something I certainly wouldn't support. Are we spending $204 million on good solar or bad solar, or are we going to be bidding this out to determine what we're getting? How are we approaching this?
Thank you, Trustee Taylor. So the $204 million is proposed as our private funds that the entities would bring to the table. And the thought is we would purchase power from them, hopefully at rates that are at least the same as what we're paying now, maybe less as far as you account for future escalation. But the actual price, it will be bid out competitively. We're looking at by region. So I go into a little preview to the solar sustainability presentation later on today. But what will vary is where the solar installations are placed on campus. So some camps want canopies, so carport installations, and the solar panels go on top. So sometimes those won't necessarily be the same price that they're currently paying, but it allows them still to install solar and have a better land use. So that's where it will vary by campus.
I think you need to be real careful, right? Because very often the economics of solar is based upon proposed future rate increases. And very often the solar salesman will show you 6-8% a year compounded, when in fact, if you look at the PUC website, utility rates have only risen the rate of inflation about 2% a year. So let's not get hoodwinked into thinking that, oh, well, based upon a 6% rate increase, this is a good deal, when in fact, a few years from now, we could be waking up kicking ourselves because we're paying a lot more for utilities. And based upon the discussions we've had this morning, we can't afford that.
I believe both at the Fulton and Long Beach recent power purchase installations, there's no escalation increase in those two agreements.
Trustee Day, do you have a question?
I just want to again commend staff. I know, Robert, you've worked so hard, and again with the presidents and your campus facilities directors, what an incredible product. I mean, you're putting 20 pounds of sand into a 5-pound bag here. This document's very comprehensive. It's great that you're showing for maintenance now as well as greenhouse gas emissions. And again, as I said earlier, it's what a great news story to, we've got a CSU stimulus package here of over $1 billion that's going to help, again, student success. It all feeds back to the educational mission, student success graduation initiative, and to the solar, hopefully, if crafted right, back to operational savings for the campuses to reinvest again, as we talked about before. So we've got a common theme here today, but I just want to compliment you taking my questions over the last month or so and recrafting this document. It's made it, along with other trustees, a really great foundation for the future, and I'm really excited that the campuses are going to see some tremendous improvements and hopefully more so in the future.
Are there other questions? Yes.
Not a question, Chair Stepanek, but just want to make a remark that the funding source for this is that we, the staff, are very grateful in the advice and counsel that Trustee Taylor gave us in generating the restructuring of the Public Works Board debt that led to what we're doing here today. So I just wanted to thank Peter for his great counsel. He did something very similar at UC, which was with great success, and we were a beneficiary of his advice. Thank you.
Thank you. The approval of the 2017-2018 Capital Outlay Program and the 2017-2018 through 2021-2022 5-year Facilities Renewal and Improvement Plan and multi-year bond authorization is an action item before the Joint Committees of Finance and Campus Planning, Building, and Grounds. Only committee members may vote at this time. Do I have a motion?
Move it.
Do I have a second? Any additional discussion? I'm not seeing any. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The item entitled Approval of the 2017-2018 Capital Outlay Program, the 2017-2018 through 2021-2022 5-year Facility Renewal and Improvement Plan and multi-year bond authorization is approved. Chair Eisen, that concludes the business of the Joint Committees of Finance and Campus Planning, Buildings, and Grounds.
Thank you, Trustee Stepanek. Now, nothing stands between us and lunch. I'm going to suggest an amendment to the agenda that we return at 1 to make sure that we have sufficient time to cover all of our afternoon agendas. And thank everyone for being on time to get us out to lunch on time.
Is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live